nice and high, and Cox has now got the game back into his...
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
He has, and here we go.
Oh, hang about. Hang about.
Don't jinx it. Double 12!
Yes! Goodness gracious, to reel in the big fish.
Yes, it is! Thornton. Oh, right in the top corner.
Under pressure, Robert Thornton's making diamonds.
Double top. Oh, the match. And Lee Cox, that is a special shot. You can see how happy the man is. He makes his Saturday night debut on Saturday. Lee Cox tops the group.
Oh, it looks good. Now it looks even better. Oh, Mason Whitlock. And that's how you do a one-on-one.
He finds the second. It's double 14. It's perfectly pinned by Armstrong. Good afternoon. Recovered from yesterday yet? I bet you have, because it was a wonderful day here at the Modus Super Series as Lee Cox ended the wait to get through to a finals night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And this afternoon, we're going to see Group C get underway. And talking about English people that have gone to the summit at tournaments, we have Scotty Dog Mitchell alongside us this afternoon. And let's just quickly talk about Group A, and in particular Lee Cox. He's waited a long time for that moment, a couple of years to get into a finals night, and you could see the relief on his face when he finally crossed the finishing line.
Yeah, he made hard work of it in the end, so I can see why he was really relieved to get over the line. But it is a big step, you know. These barriers keep getting put up, and yeah, when you get over the line, it's an emotional thing.
Well, let's have a look at the tournament bracket as we head into the second half of the week. Robert Thornton had a dart to win the group yesterday, but then ended up finishing fourth. He's going to be in Group C alongside Tommy Lishman and Pontus Danielson, being joined by Mason Whitlock, David Vusi and Darren Armstrong. Group B, we'll see Sebastian Białecki, David Evans, Paul Hogan, Jordan Matthews and David Davies go toe-to-toe this evening. But Group C is our centre of attention this afternoon, and it's going to see the form Robert Thornton be the headline act in proceedings. He finished fourth in Group A. He had a dart to win that group as well. As far as Robert's concerned, we talk about reset mentality a lot, but what happened yesterday is going to smart with him a little bit, isn't it?
He was choked last night. You know, I don't think I've ever seen him so disappointed after a game of darts. You know, it was one of those ones, and it's not just the fact of not winning the group, it's the fact of sort of not making Group B as well. So Group C is the tougher one to be in, and now he knows he's got his work cut out, so he's got to press the reset button and try again today.
What's your thoughts on Darren Armstrong, a player that we saw last time here, was in a very tough group with the likes of Bolton, Janssen, etc. Conor Heenahan won that week eventually, but acquitted himself very well, got through to the Saturday night, and since has actually done some really good stuff on the Challenge Tour.
I think when he visited that time, he had a dart break as well, so I had to swap darts halfway through. So, yeah, impressive. He just gets on with the job. The man from north of the border is going to be one that's going to put the wind up a few this next couple of days.
Well, Darren Armstrong, in his previous appearance, made it through to the finals. This is what the bookmakers think in terms of him making a return. He's the 4-1 favourite with the odds compilers. They have Robert Thornton off as the 11-5 favourite. That not a surprise, but is the 4-1 value with Darren Armstrong? And just quickly as well, your thoughts on David Vusi?
Yeah, very much so. I mean, we know David can throw. That's the thing with him. That's why he's there at 13-5, but Armstrong, I would say, is the money at 4-1 if he can come and impress and do what he did here last time.
Well, it is 18 plus. It is begambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Right, let's get into our first game of the afternoon session, and it sees a return to the stage for David Vusi. He takes on Pontus Danielson, the Swedish ADC qualifier, and earlier on this morning I caught up with Wazzy. David, here we go again. Another attempt at the Super Series for yourself. How much looking forward to the next couple of days?
I'm definitely looking forward to this. I've been playing well last couple of weeks. Got back to some fitness. from some ill health from the beginning of the year. I enjoyed the last time I was here. I got to a semi-final. So let's just push on from there and see what happens.
I was going to say, last time you were here, it felt like a real step in the right direction for yourself.
Yeah, definitely. I had one of the toughest groups I've had. To play on the Thursday night as well was really tough. To come here Saturday with no expectations and then to get to a semi-final, I'm chuffed to bits. It's that next step now. I want the final. I want to win. So we'll give it a go. We give it a go these 2 days and see what happens.
You're a player that's been here a while. You played in Southampton. You played here, obviously, at the Super Series as well. Do you feel like the one thing that's missing from your CV here is a real standout moment, a final, a weekly?
Yeah, a week. Just to win. I think it's got to the point now. Same as Lee. Lee had the same. Lee needed to get to a Saturday final and to win his week, which he did gracefully yesterday. And I'm over the moon for him. But now it's my turn to join him Saturday.
But in terms of this group, you've got some experienced campaigners, the likes of Robert Thornton, Devon Armstrong, who's done well on the Challenge Tour this year. You look at this group on paper, all 6 will probably fancy their chances.
100%. No one's coming here I'm just going to come here just to finish 3rd, 4th. They've all come here to win. I think it's going to be a really, really good 2 days here.
And I can see with a smile on your face, you're up for the heat of battle, aren't you?
100%, sir.
Well, we wish you all the very best, David. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Well, the Live Lounge in Portsmouth is resplendent on this Thursday afternoon. It's the quiet after the storm across England yesterday as they sealed their place in the finals of UEFA Euro 2024 following a 2-1 victory against the Netherlands last night. And I don't think it's going to be a quiet occasion in here on Saturday evening, not less with the Lee Cox fan club that are going to be here in attendance, but the fact that there's going to be a jovial atmosphere ahead of those finals. But it is a meeting of England and Sweden that's going to get Thursday afternoon's action underway, and we're going to see the return of Pontus Danielson, who started the week quite well, but yesterday maybe just had 1 or 2 struggles. But Vusi, age 47, from London, 3-time Challenge Tour quarter-finalist, is hoping to make it through to another finals night where he made it through to the semi-finals in his previous appearance. But Danielson, he's on debut, an ADC European qualifier. If he can get through to the finals, then it'll be the biggest achievement of his career so far. Change of referee for the final couple of days. Owen Binks is the man in the middle. It's David Vusi who's going to throw the first darts in anger. I'm happy to say that I'm in the company of Scotty Dog Mitchell for this afternoon's action.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Yeah, looking forward to this, very much so. We were hoping that Pontus would hit the reset button. He felt this morning when I spoke to him, he knows a lot more about it than when he walked in here on Monday morning.
100.
But he finds himself in a very tough group here in Group C, and he's just got to kind of gather himself
26.
and stop himself doing that. But that's an unfortunate 3 treble visit for him.
95.
Vusi going off second favourite with the odds compilers. You can understand why, in the respect that he made it through to the semi-finals last time. A player that is improving. The biggest surprise was, or the biggest non-surprise was the fact that Robert Thornton did go off favour. That was expected, and expected to a heavy tune. He is the class player in this group. As far as Vusi is concerned, you have a look at his 12-month numbers.
59.
Running average of just under 83, 30% when it comes to the finishing, which is, in terms of a Group C environment, probably is going to do you some damage and pick you up some wins. But we should also caveat the fact that a lot of those numbers came before you had that little health issue at the beginning of the year, and since coming back has been a much better player. That's a much better visit for Pontus.
Game shot on the first leg.
Good start for Vusi. He'll take that 16 darter to lead 1-0.
Second leg, it's Pontus to throw first. Game on.
Well, what a crazy leg that was from Pontus Danielson. He had 2 visits of 26 and 2 180s in there.
59.
And one of the 26s was a 3 treble visit as well as the 180s. It's kind of crazy like that one for him. But that's been our week, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's most certainly been one of the stranger weeks we've seen at the Super Series. Group A was
42.
won by Lee Cox, but Robert Thornton had a dart to win the group. in that game against Lee, and if he hit that, then Lee Cox would have finished 4th because it would have been a 4-0 win for the Fawn. However,
81.
Cox went on to win that game, and he won the group, and Robert Thornton finished 4th. And it wouldn't surprise you if
140.
both Group B's and C's follow the same kind of pattern.
100.
But Vusi here is in full control, full command of this opening match of the group. He's averaging just under 99. We said that the Fawn guy had looked
100.
quite good for him, and he is demonstrating it, and then some here so far.
100. Pontus, you require
Also lost a little bit of weight as well, and that's helped him. We saw what it's done for John Worsley over the last few months.
140.
For this 80 now,
David,
for the
80.
break, is under severe pressure.
Game shot on the second leg. David Wusi.
Pressures for tyres. Wazzy takes a double 10. Nicely
It's
there,
David
and
to throw first.
quickly
Game
gets into a 2-0 lead.
16 and a 15.
41.
And for Pontus Danielson, he's learning very quickly the levels he's going to have to ascertain here. Didn't play badly on Monday or Tuesday at all. Maybe at times his
85.
timing was a little bit off, but I think it's fair to say that yesterday maybe what happened on Monday and Tuesday affected him a little bit, and we
100.
saw him struggle as a result of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that it's the same with any group you're in. You know, one of your first couple of games, you need to get a win under your belt. And he did that. He did that. He beat Seb Bilecki in his first game on Monday, but never seemed
60.
to look comfortable after that, really.
$60.
However, improved leg in the third from Pontus.
81.
Reminder that Mason Whitlock, Tommy Lishman, Darren Armstrong and Robert Thornton, the other 4 players in this group.
58.
Whitlock and Lishman will get their campaigns underway in the next match, whilst Armstrong and Thornton will kick off in game 3.
137. Pontus, you require 158.
And this is a leg that Pontus could have had more of a say in. He's only left himself a 158, and Vusi with a 137 with the last turn has now opened up an
45.
opportunity to move
David,
3-2 up if he can.
82.
Sorry, 3-0 up if he can find the 82.
57.
Able to find the
Pontus, you
bullseye.
require 130.
Danielson needs the day's first ton topper. Well, that was a great recovery dart. Bullseye!
88. David, you require 25.
So was he back for 25? Double 4.
Game shot in the third leg.
No mistake.
David Wusi.
This is the reason he was second favourite for the group.
Fourth leg, it's Pontus to throw first. Game on.
Settled very quickly indeed. As was he.
41.
This is nothing against David, but I did think that Darren would be the second favourite behind Robert Thornton to win this group. And that's nothing against David's ability at all. And actually, he's demonstrating why he should be that. But I think Darren's got a very, very good chance of getting out of this group. The way he's been playing, the way he played in his last appearance here, not to heap the pressure on him.
60.
But David is going about his business in such a good way. And you look at the level that he's ascertaining here. It's a good
45.
level, but also it's a steady enough level that he can kind of streamline for the rest of the day.
92.
Yeah, I agree with that. Wholeheartedly. And
140.
Wusi there. Another double treble visit. Puts
92.
Danielson in all sorts of mire.
140.
Repeats the feat again, and after 12 darts, sat on 36 for the match.
David, you require 36.
Double 18 for the match, and to end a superb display, David Vusi is on the board and in some style, an average in excess of 91 in a 4-0 success against Pontus Danielson, who is left to ponder the brilliance. He was on fire, wasn't he? And he has laid out a statement for the rest of the field. He looks good, he's feeling good, and he's playing good. That is how the game went from a statistical viewpoint. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Mason Whitlock's return to the Super Series stage. He takes on Tommy Lishman in a couple of moments' time. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, David Vusi gets the better of Pontus Danielson by 4 legs to nil, average in excess of 91, 4 from 8 when it came to the doubling in that particular encounter. And so now we see the return of Mason Whitlock to the Super Series stage. He takes on Tommy Lishman, who finished 5th in Group A. There was a point yesterday where it looked like he was going to make a charge towards winning the group, but in the end, it all subsided. A second appearance for Whitlock here at the Live Lounge, the apprentice from Brisbane originally, 21 years of age, up against Lishman, 29 from Hull. His 3rd Super Series appearance, and the first 9 darter on the stage as well.
First. Game on.
Yeah, if nothing else happens this week for Lishman, it will be a memorable week for that alone.
96. 97. 57.
I just wonder what Tommy's
100.
perspective of this week will be so far, because yes, of course, he's had the 9 darter and he's had some real good moments this week, but
80.
I just wonder whether when he walked out the building yesterday, because there was an opportunity for B and maybe even to win the group, that maybe there was just a little bit of despondency and that maybe he just had to
96.
pick himself up again.
Yeah, he was disappointed. There's no two ways about that.
98.
And I bumped into him after, and he really did have a face like thunder, although there were rain clouds around Portsmouth at the time. But yeah, it was
require 170.
It was one of those for him. I had to believe from the other players he was the one at the computer. We said yesterday in commentary, there's always one that's looking at the computer trying to work out if you do this, if you do that, and that was Tommy yesterday.
94. Tommy
And
require
maybe he'd have been better off
108.
not having anything to do with that and getting up there and playing as he had done for the last 2.5 days, really. That last game was nothing like what he'd been producing all week, and
96.
maybe it's pressure of the situation. Maybe if he just went up and played like he had all week, then he may have won that game and found himself in Group B. But bottom line is now he's where he is,
56.
and he's got to get on with it.
Tommy require 12.
Lessons that will be learnt, and he's hoping to take the opening leg against Fro here if he can find double 6.
Games
Which he
on the
makes no
Thursday.
mistake.
Tommy Lishman.
In terms of his numbers for the group, they weren't bad at all.
Second leg, it's Tommy to throw
In
first.
terms of average for the 3
Game.
days, 86.79, and in terms of the doubles percentage, 39%. So when he got opportunities at the outer ring, he was able to muster more than
97.
not, particularly with 3 darts in hand.
Yeah, it was a
60.
crazy, strange group. There is no two ways about that. One that we probably won't see the likes of again for a while.
60.
You say that, I'm not allowed to reveal next week's lineup now, but I think we're going to get something similar next week in terms of the tightness of the group. And I'm not going to
47.
put pressure on the 6 players that are playing in Group A next week. However,
Okay.
I'm going to.
I'll rephrase that. Well, we probably won't see the likes of this week until next week.
140.
Thanks very much, Henry.
I think next week has got the potential to be the best qualification week in the history of the Modus Super Series.
40.
I'm putting it out there.
I'm going to hashtag that and put it on a T-shirt for you.
Put it on a T-shirt, put it on Twitter, put it wherever you want. Next week has got the potential to be the best it's ever been.
140.
I'm not allowed to say who's in it. But when you find out who's in it, your jaw will drop.
97. Tommy requires 64.
Fantastic.
64 here for Lishman for a 2-leg lead. 16 and tops. Tops. Would have been for 2-0.
$43. Tommy
A
requires
slow start
20.
this for Mason. And Lishman is looking to punish it. One left. But he
No
cannot
score.
find.
$96. Tommy required 20.
And so to eventually get over the line in this leg.
Game on the
2-0
second
Lishman.
leg. Tommy Lishman.
And Mason Whitlock in a little bit of trouble in
Third leg,
this
Mason
opening
to throw first. Game.
game of the session.
$43.
Last time Mason was here at the Super Series, he was involved in a session that had a 9-darter. Tommy Lishman's already had a 9-darter this week. And who knows, the way Lishman
98.
started this leg, the two may conjoin together. But last time Mason was here, Jared Cole hit a 9-darter in the same session he was
43.
here. But also, the last time Mason Whitlock played on this stage, he played at an influencer event.
49.
And he hit a 180 to leave himself on 37. I mean, it was a bit of fun.
$83.
There have been signs for Mason that things have been moving in a upward trajectory
137.
recently. Got through to a quarter-final of a development tour earlier on this year. He's also made a last 16 of a development tour since he last played here back in April. Lost in his quarter-final to
65.
Nathan Potter by 5 legs to 2. And then the last 16 that he made of the event, he lost to a very good player we've seen here at the Super Series, Christopher Tunders, by 4 legs to 3.
43. Tommy, you
Beat
require
Nathan Bennett
130.
en route to that run to the last 16.
Bullseye for Lishman.
86. Mason, you require 130.
Nearly hit a 10 on the tidy miss. Mason now 131. He'll go tops here. Not to be
91. Tommy, you
Went
require
on the
44.
half-hearted side.
Double 16 for double 6.
Once again, a royal smile on Lishman's face. That's not the first time we've seen that this week.
32. Mason, you require 40.
Double 10. Doesn't go.
20.
And Lishman, who has
Tommy, you require
had
12.
his fair shares of misses on the doubles in this game, comes back for 3 more at double 6. He's been around here a few times in this game.
Game
Finds
on
it
the
that
third
time.
leg.
Leads
Tommy
3-0
Lishman.
with a double break.
And now has the throw.
Full flag, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
It's always difficult for the likes of
100.
Mason Whitlock when you have your famous father in the same game. I always feel it's a little more difficult for them to follow in the
95.
footsteps.
And is that mainly because they're not judged based on their ability, their character? There's always a comparison somewhere along the line.
Yeah, very much so. I think that, you know,
100.
if somebody actually goes and plays these guys and beats Mason, it's like, oh, they don't say that they beat Mason, they beat so-and-so's son, because Mason's his own person and his own individual.
134.
So it's hard. I know it's hard. Obviously, it's a similar situation for my kids as well. Not that I'm as well known as Simon, but the fact it's very difficult for any of your siblings that go into the
77.
game. They either have to go into it accepting that it's going to happen, or they have to go into it and be really a lot better than you are. So always difficult for them, and I always feel for them because the way players play them is very difficult. It's very difficult for them.
91.
Well, I remember that Jamie Durrant was here on a week where Glenn was commentating, and it's very difficult because even difficult for me commentating that week because I'm sat next to Glenn, but the one thing you don't want to do is speak to Glenn about somebody
140.
that he knows, because that it should be all about that player. But
Yeah, absolutely. And Mason does throw very similar to his
85.
father as well.
Tommy
It's like,
require
so
84.
you can't get away from who he is, you know.
well, this to rattle off 2 quick games in succession. Double 12 for Lishman for 4-0 win. A superb
Game
way to
shot
see
out
out the match. He had some
Tommy
difficulties on the
Lishman.
doubles, but Tommy Lishman has got over the line. He's sealed a 4-0 win against Mason Whitlock. It's a decent enough performance, average 88.4, and that was despite 7 missed darts at a double. So Lishman beats Whitlock 4-0. Coming up after the break, the 2 players that a lot of people feel they've got a very good chance of making it out of this group. Darren Armstrong up against Robert Thornton.
Well, it's a big warm welcome back here to the Super Series to you, our viewers. If you've just joined us, you've just missed Tommy Lishman opening his account in Group C with a 4-0 win over Mason Whitlock. We now have for you Game 3 of the day. Our two probably top of the table contenders with the bookmakers in the form of Robert Thornton and Darren Armstrong. Darren Armstrong on his last visit really did impress, and it didn't all go his own way. I think I remember he snapped a point off at that time and swapped to a totally different set of darts. But the man from Newcastleton didn't bat an eyelid. Known as the 9-dart dazzler as well, so he's the right man for the job this week, isn't he? Robert Thornton, well, those of you that were with us yesterday would have seen that heartbreak for him as he had a dart at double 19 to actually win Group A and have a couple of days off, which he missed. And it turned out losing the game to Lee Cox, who went through as top of the table, and Robert dropped from top to 4th, and he finds himself here in Group C, which is a more difficult group to try and get out of. It's 6 players in the group and only 2 get out, whereas if you're in Group B, there's 5 players in the group and 3 get out. So he'd much prefer to have been in Group B, but this is the way the cards have fell. These are the ones that he's been dealt, and now he's got to get on with it and try and make sure he stays in the top 2 of this group.
Well, we said last time Dan was here, he turned up as an ADC qualifier. We've seen him do bits and bobs, but nothing that really stood out to the eye. He played here in, again, that ridiculously tough week 2 of Series 7, which was up there pound for pound with one of the best that we've seen. He made it through to a finals night, which featured, have a listen to this, Connor Heenahan, Andy Bolton, Carlo Vampire, Justin Smith and Danny Jansen. The likes of Lee Cox, Derek Coulson, Louis Williams and Alex Small didn't even qualify for. He acquitted himself very well, which is why a lot of people fancy him to do a job over the course of the next few days. And he's moved on from strength to strength ever since, which we'll talk about a little bit more in the next leg, because he's left himself 72 to take out leg 1. And it's going to be under some pressure.
72.
Thornton's 140 puts pressure
32. Robert, you require 78.
Darren Armstrong. And if you actually look at his points, they do look a lot newer than the rest of the dart, don't they? So double 10, a bit high to try and make 58. Sure of the big 20 from
Darren,
Thornton.
40.
Does that go down as a mistake? It will do if Armstrong takes this out, which he does.
Darren Armstrong.
Yeah, you mentioned that story about Darren Armstrong and his broken point.
It's Robert to throw first. Game on.
He actually, after the session, he had to beg, steal and borrow for the rest of the session. Then afterwards decided, I can't carry on playing in that vein. So he actually went to a local dart shop, which is about a mile from the venue here, had a little bit of an afternoon stroll in the crisp, cold February weather, and decided, right, let's find something which I can work with for a few days. And it did work for him. He made it through to the Saturday night.
59.
It takes tremendous mental strength to be able to do that, because the point actually snapped off right level with the barrel. You couldn't actually get anything on it.
60.
And when that happens, there is a solution that you can drop the dart in for a day or 2 and it will work out the broken point in the end of the barrel, or you have to have it drilled out, which is a very risky business, with mainly tungsten being so hard. If you then start to stretch that hole a little when where the point goes, you go to replace the point and the point will not stay in. So
76.
They are quite a tight fit, these points. They push in.
Thornton are going to push on and level
56.
up. He cannot find the tops on the back of the 76, and so Armstrong 157 for 2-0 isn't going to go, and so Thornton is going to return for double 10 to level this contest up.
57. Robert, you require 20.
2 5s.
Game shot the second leg. Robert Thornton.
And I suppose when you Consider what we've been speaking about. No wonder
Game on.
products such as the Swiss point, for example, are becoming such a popular commodity where you can just twist the
58.
point in and twist the point out as of when. I suppose it's one of those personal preference things.
Yeah. I mean, it just has a screw thread on it, doesn't it, rather than being pushed in by force. But
121.
varying different ways. I remember the late great
46.
Mike Gregory showed me a set of his darts at County one day, and he had a point that dropped in. There was a hole right the way down through the centre of the barrel. So the
40.
point dropped in from the top and went down to its designated distance through, and then you screwed the stem in, and the stem made the point tight. So then he could play. There was no
121.
rattling. There was no nothing. And then when he finished his games, he'd just take it out, and he could then travel with that point on an aeroplane without it having to go into the hold, which is probably the biggest
85.
hang-up for most dart players, having to take a big suitcase for sometimes you're only there a day and a half.
Yeah, just ask Jeff Smith of all people. There was actually a story, wasn't there, with Stephen Hendry, the snooker player who had his cue snapped in transit. It was the cue that won him 7 world championships. And really, ever since that cue snapped on that plane to
100.
China, he never really got to the heights that he did with that previous cue.
I know I've lost a couple of set of
58.
darts where you're running for the plane or rushing for the plane, and you
155.
finish your game, you played a final or whatever, or semi-final, and you pop them into your top pocket, just jump into the taxi, and off you go with your case and your
81.
passport and everything else, and I've gone to security, and there they are in my top pocket, and I've had them taken away. And it does hurt. It does when you lose a set of darts that way. It's ridiculous. And then you ask them, can you send them to me or whatever, and they're not
135.
interested. Not
think you
interested in
record
helping you
74.
try and get them back. It's a horrible feeling.
Well, Thornton's hoping to have the feeling of a turnaround here. He was 1-0 down in this contest. He finds
Game
the tops
shot
to
in the
move himself
third.
2-1 up.
Robert
And he has
Thornton.
the breaker throw in hand as well. Well, we were wondering whether there was going to be any hangover
Flag
from the
against
disappointments
Robert
of
to throw
yesterday for the
first.
Fawn. Well, so far,
Game
doesn't
on.
seem to be the case.
You have to say that Armstrong's not really putting him under any pressure at the minute.
85.
He's not quite found his consistency with the scoring boots just yet. Maybe that last leg could wake him up.
85. $97.
And you get the sense that
58.
Thornton really is beginning to break the back of this contest now. Armstrong got off to a decent enough start, but it's just waned a little bit as Thornton's just kind of
57.
maintained this mid-80s kind of standard throughout the course of the contest.
138.
Yeah, tough game to start as well for Darren Armstrong, having travelled down yesterday probably from Scotland, and then
38.
Robert's been playing all week as well, so he's kind of in the groove. So yeah, tough opening game for Darren.
75.
Leaves himself on a finish. Thornton looking to leave himself on a 2-darter, unable to do so now.
60.
And now finds
Darren
himself on the back
McGuire,
foot, having gone
145.
dry with that visit.
90. Robert, you require 164.
He's going to have to go. Doesn't go. And so Armstrong's going to get a couple of darts at least at tops to
120.
square this game up at 2-2. And he's going to have to take it because Thornton's now sat on a double.
Game shot on the
He makes no
full
mistake.
Darren Armstrong.
2 from 4 on the doubles
Fifth
for
leg, it's
Armstrong. When he
Darren to
gets
throw
there,
first.
he gets it.
Game on.
50%. Not shabby at all.
125.
He was good in the midfield, wasn't he, Shavy?
He was
60.
indeed. I I'm having a trip to Barcelona and seeing those types of guys, Suarez, Lionel Messi.
140.
My lovely wife, I said, look at this. This is Lionel Messi. Look at this, love. This is the best guy that's probably ever kicked a football in history. And she says, well, that little one there with the long hair. I said, yeah.
It was a bit awkward after we asked you for a photograph.
Well, yeah, he did ask me for a photograph, obviously. But, yeah, and she then just continued to read her Kindle. While we were in the new camp, or the Camp New, as they call it.
100.
You know, I said about a leg and a half ago that Thornton could break the back of this match. Well, it looks like this contest is swinging in the other direction because Darren Armstrong's up to it here. He's looking for a second treble 20 there to leave himself double 8 for the 136. But what he is going to do is leave himself on double 8 after 12 to move 3-2 to the good and put Thornton under the pump.
100. Aaron, it requires 16. Game shot
Great
the fifth
leg.
leg. Darren Armstrong.
Great leg of darts. Great finishing again. 3 from 5.
Sick leg against Roberts to
This is
throw
why
first. Game on.
We kind of thought 4-1 was some good odds for him to get through the group.
121.
Simply put, he was too big. And that's nothing against anybody else. But you just look at his capabilities, his caliber and his quality.
140.
And his reliability, which I think is part of the course here in a Group C. We knew that he was going to be a real contender. And he is now really showing up. 88 the average he's brought it up to. His 4th on 40 with a match with his first visit. 125 with his second.
100.
Yeah, he's lifted his average by 12 points from those first couple of legs. And brought his average up to where Thornton was playing. Well, the game's not all about the averages. They're just a good guide to where you're playing and what you're doing. But for us as pundits and commentators, they're a great guide to how the game is changing.
140. Robbie, record 40.
Well, here's a crossroads moment. Thornton leaving tops to take us all the way. He thought it was in, and his opponent sat on a double to win the match. And Thornton isn't going to allow Armstrong to return for the double 18 to see the game through. And we go all the way to a last leg decider.
7 from final leg. It's Darren to throw first. Game on.
The two Scotsmen punch fists. I say good luck, mate.
96.
As they head into leg 7.
Well, it's a single treble visit for Armstrong. It's a double treble visit for Thornton, and it should have been a third, but the final dart kissed out the board of the barrel of dart 2.
56.
And you get the sense that Thornton can steal the darts here. Has stolen the darts.
84.
Well, at least he did up until that slip with dart 3.
$55. $40. $52.
Really needed a treble there, didn't he, Armstrong? Thornton effectively has turned the darts here. Once again,
80.
dart on dart out. He didn't really hit a wire or anything. It was just hitting the first dart, stopped the forward propulsion, and it just couldn't hold on.
140.
Well, he's had 2 bounce outs in this leg as Thornton, but up until that last turn, it wasn't really derailing the
40.
progress. But now Armstrong is the heavy favourite to win this last leg. And he now, this time, is going to have a go to win this match. And he's going to have a dart, a double 11.
80. Robert,
So
you
one
require
over 102 check out.
I understand why he went that way. He really did think that Thornton had a shout at the 140 and he needed to get a dart at something. Armstrong, but then in doing so, it makes it a little more difficult when you come back. You have to go straight at it.
Game.
Used the other two darts nicely, did Darren Armstrong there. Our first 4-3 of the day goes the way of Darren Armstrong. He puts his first points on the board. Picked his game up. He was running a low 70s to start it off. Got it back up to 85. 4 from 9. 44% checkout rate. That's good stuff. We're going to head into a short break. You've got time to pop the cat out. And you can come back and join us with our next match. Pontus Danielson and Mason Whitlock.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Darren Armstrong got the better of Robert Thornton by 4 legs to 3. An intriguing encounter. Armstrong raising his level towards the end of that match to get over the line against the Thorn. Our 4th match of the session sees Mason Whitlock and Pontus Danielson go toe-to-toe. 2 towering figures jousting it out. Owen Binks looks very small on that stage as a consequence of that. But for these two, well, they're going to need to raise their level. There he is. Owen Binks, referee from Colchester, world level official. Was it Box Park at Wembley last night to watch England win against the Netherlands? If you saw somebody crazily jumping up and down on your screen from that venue last night, it probably was him.
Probably the only way he gets seen, the only way you can see over the barriers.
140.
I get the sense that this is probably the right fixture at the right time for these two, because both lost 4 in their first matches
85.
and so have an instant opportunity to try and put it right against a player who's probably having the same similar feeling. They're not chasing against somebody who's already got off to a good start.
59.
No, yeah, very good point. A very good point, and you feel that as well. If you've lost your first game, you'd be looking at who you got next. You would look across at the
91.
table and see who you're playing, and yeah, you know that they also struggled early doors too. I don't think we've seen the best of Pontus yet. That's for sure. I think he's got more to come. He's got bits to learn.
41.
And I think he's learning on the job here this week. And this is going to do him no end of good to add him to...
Game shot on the first leg.
It looks like that first dart bounced out of top. So I was waiting for it to fly into the board. And I think it bounced out. So a lovely second dart to actually hit it.
And so 1-0 to Danielson. Whitlock still looking to
85.
get on the board in this group.
Yeah, nice 15 dart. What a throw that was for Pontus.
81.
But we've seen him do this week a couple of times and then get a couple up, 1-0 up, 2-0 up, and then the game has got away from him.
42.
And I think one of the intriguing things when we have a player like Pontus here who
59.
he himself will admit is very inexperienced in terms of this stage is when you see him over 25 matches, you tend to see improvements as the week goes on. You tend to see him grow as the week goes on. And they'll do certain things maybe on day 4, day 5 that perhaps there wouldn't have been a capability of. And I mean that in the right way on day 1 because they've learnt so much. They've experienced so much.
58.
Yeah, absolutely. If you have just joined us for the first time today, we were saying a couple of days ago about Pontus having changed from right-handed to left-handed.
99.
He had a little bit of dartitis or the yips in golf, whatever you want to call it, where he couldn't release the dart properly from his right hand as a youth player, had a few years off,
43.
decided to fall in love with the game again and then come back, still not able to throw right-handed, started throwing left-handed. So to get to this standard alone, having swapped hands, if those of you
43.
have ever tried to throw darts with your correct hand and then start throwing it with your opposite hand, you will understand what a mammoth task it is to teach yourself how to throw with your different hand.
Yeah, credit has to go where credit's due for Pontus. Mason unable to take out the 1-3-2, and so Danielson
30.
looking at the 1-6-4 to double his lead to 2-0. Isn't going to go, and so Mason's going to get a chance here, the 102, to get his first
40.
leg on the board. And when you get into game 2 and you haven't picked a leg up yet, it's the first thing you're thinking about. And well, that's as bad a dart as it can get.
70. Pontus should
But
require
recovers well with
124.
dart 3 to leave himself on 32. Bull.
99. Mason
It's a good
require
effort
32.
from Danielson. It's Whitlock to level us up at 1-1 and double 16. Double 8.
Game shot on the second.
Nicely
leg.
done,
Mason
and
Whitlock.
Hopefully now that will see Mason find a little bit of confidence.
Today gets Pontus to throw first. Game on. $50.
Some more treble visits from Pontus, but the wrong trebles. We saw him do that in his last game. He had 2 180s and 2 26s in the same leg, but one of the 26s was a double one 2026.
58. $140. 50.
Pontus is here representing ADC Europe this week. They had their showpiece Benelux Trophy event at the weekend, which was won by the Belgian Jeroen Caron, beat Nick Cruvel by 5-2 in the final. Cruvel would beat Marvin van Velzen
66.
by that score in the semi-final, and Jeroen Caron would beat Bart and Verrijens by that score as well. An all-Belgian battle that ensures a place at the
62.
Modus Super Series for each of those 4 players in subsequent series to come.
Yeah, Marvin's been here before, and I've known Marvin since he was a youth player, and he's really developing nicely, Marvin van Velzen. Really nice lad as well. Yeah. It's really, really nice lad. So,
45.
It's good to see one of the nice guys there doing well.
If I'm right in saying he got a win on the Euro Tour not too long ago as well.
99. Mason
Can
require
Whitlock
140.
find a ton topper here? Another one of them. Or does he look at tops? Decided to stay there. Lion Dart one was so good.
100. Pontus requires 78.
And suddenly, after a bright start for Pontus Danielson, he finds himself on the back foot somewhat. But he's going to get a couple of darts at double 12 to put himself 2-1 up to establish his lead. Those chances come and go.
Mason
And so Whitlock is going to return for tops to get the break and to turn the tide in this tungsten tussle.
You have to say the Danielson trait is continuing here through the week. He keeps giving great
Mason to
chances away.
Game on.
And at this level, the players will say, thank you very much. Wipe their feet on the way to the board.
60.
They will take anything they will be given.
$140.
I tell you have to say it was great dart intelligence that from Mason, the way that he just used dart 2 as a guide for dart 3 to
100.
caress its way in.
$44. $45.
Well, here we go.
180.
Great darts from Pontus Danielson.
And that's his third 180 of the day.
66.
What a scorer.
Should require 137.
Well, it's our fourth 180 of the day, and he's responsible for 3/4 of them. And now he's got the opportunity to wrestle this game
93.
back at 2-2. Well, this could be a weird game for Pontus in the respect that he's had 2 poor legs, but then jam sandwiched either side of it could well be a 15 and a 14.
Pontus should require 44.
16 for double 14.
30.
Doesn't go.
Mason, you require
Yeah, so now chasing back to
130.
his favourites, isn't he? We saw him do that in the last couple of days. 24 and 28 are 2 of his favourites. Bullseye for Mason Whitlock to inflict some more
105.
pain.
Pontus should require 14.
Not to be on this occasion, so it's Danielson back at 14.
Games on the 4th.
He hits it,
Pontus
first
Danielson.
dart. Breaks straight back.
5th air gets Pontus to throw first.
Danielson
Game
has the throw here.
$58.
Well, this game needs to inject some more energy. And there is some more energy for Mason
190.
Whitlock.
60.
You could tell he was thinking about it.
You can.
190.
We're all thinking about it. Every 180, first 180 at the start of a leg, we're all thinking about it.
And if there's one person that wants to showcase
81.
that, it will be Mason Whitlock. Make no doubt about it.
Because you know that if he went the double 12 route, he'd go for it blind or something. He'd do something special.
He's a showman.
100.
Can't deny that.
$138. Mason, you require 102.
Yeah, used the board well. Danielson there.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
There's our first
Mason Whitlock.
ton plus shot of the day going
6th leg, it's
in
Mason
the
to
form
throw
of Mason
first.
Whitlock.
Game on.
Well, suddenly he's found a little bit of a purple patch.
55.
Well, I did say that this game needed a bit of an injection. Well, that may well just be that.
60. $125. $60. $42. $59.
It is a bit touchy-feely, this game, isn't it? Both looking to get their first win on the board.
100.
And you have to say that Whitlock looks favourite.
134.
He's got 6 on 179 to pick up his first win on the board. So a little bit of a kick towards the finishing
78.
line. Could be 3 darts away from him. He took out a 102 in the last leg. He could take out a 101 here to complete the job.
96. Mason, you require 101.
Is it a case of darting 101 for Mason Whitlock? Went for the bullseye with dart 1. And so,
93.
in the end, will leave himself on
Mason, you
double
require
4.
92.
Danielson to take us all the way. Has 2 at double 16.
Game
Only
shot
needs
on
the 1.
flag.
And we go the
Pontus Danielson.
distance in this contest.
A bit of a fist pump there. He was
7
pleased
from
with that
final leg, it's
92.
Pontus to throw first. Game on. $41. $59. $140.
Better visit there from Danielson. He would have fancied that in the first throw, not the second.
96.
Whitlock in turn drops a treble 19 of his own in to stay in touch.
99.
Well, this really has been a game of ebb and flow, hasn't it?
56.
Danielson got off to the brighter start. It looked like midway through the contest, Whitlock was going to wrestle control of it, but now it's Pontus Danielson that has 6 darts from 2-2-1 to win the match.
57.
And if he could take out the 164, the Swede will succeed on the Super Series stage.
100. Pontus, you require 164.
That treble 20, Whitlock wanted more there to pressure
47.
Danielson throw. Danielson didn't really pull up any trees there, did he? So treble here for Whitlock.
58. Pointers you require 170.
He's been in the driving seat. So it's Danielson.
$93. Mason, you require
He's himself a double 12,
132.
forces Whitlock to win it in style.
Not to be on this occasion, so
Pointers
it's
you require 24.
Pontus Danielson for his first win of the day on his favourite. 24 goes inside. One more left. Huge dart.
12.
And he fluffs
Mason,
his
you require
lines.
72.
And so Mason Whitlock now has an opportunity to win this match. We'll stay there. Double 16 to get over the line and to win it in the last leg decider. He waves his hands up in apology. He gets over the line in the end as Mason Whitlock. Both players will feel like there was a massive opportunity in that game. It was Whitlock that took advantage of it. And at the end of it, the two towering figures both look up to the heavens. But it is Whitlock who picks the points up by 4 legs to 3. Coming up after the break, we are going to watch Robert Thornton and David Vusi battle it out. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Mason Whitlock got his first win of the week, getting the better of Pontus Danielson by 4 legs to 3, average of 77.98, 50% on the doubles, and a 102 checkout, which wrestled the game back into his favour. And so we're going to see David Vusi back in action. He's put in the performance of the day so far, average 91.09 in a 4-0 success against Pontus at the beginning of the session. He takes on Robert Thornton, who lost out in the last leg, decided to Darren Armstrong 4-3 in his opening match of the day. And it has to be said that David looked in very good nick in that contest. We say that the average was 91. It was actually a 91 average, which came down in the end. He spent the most part of that game in the mid to high 90s region, and it was only 1 or 2 missed darts towards the finishing line, which saw the average go down to 91. If he plays anywhere near that for the rest of the day, and there's no reason why
40.
he can't play to that level for the rest of the day, then he is going to be a severe danger. And Robert Thornton here could put himself in a bit of peril if he loses his second consecutive match of the session.
55.
Yeah, indeed. And we have to say, he did look pretty impressive in his first game.
97.
It's all about playing the board and not the player now for Wazzy.
I think David's one of those players that's very, very philosophical about his career, about the events he plays in, and what he's done and he's achieved and what he can go on to achieve. And he's very thankful of the opportunities that the Super Series and the then Live League, when it was in Southampton,
43.
gave him as a player. And I think he wants to
100.
almost try and repay that faith and that loyalty in terms of appearances he's had across the competitions by finally
60.
going on to win a week. It's probably the only thing he
83.
hasn't achieved here. The bullseye would have got the first leg on the board.
130.
To be fair, I think that's how most players feel. We want to repay the faith in them.
40. David Iroquois, 25.
So 9 for double 8 here then. For Wazzy to take the first.
17.
Misses it on the inside.
Robert Iroquois, 90.
Thornton surely has to go treble 20, double 15. Big safe one there. Stay safe with the second bullseye.
65.
Not to
David
be.
Iroquois, 8.
Wazuski
Game
back
shot the first leg. David Wazuski.
for double 8 and makes no mistake.
Second leg, it's David to throw first.
Hasn't dropped a leg yet, as
Game
David.
on.
That's 5 legs played, 5 legs won.
$26. $100.
We saw a little bit of a steeriness about Thornton. I think what happened yesterday, and particularly as well, adding what happened in the first game of the session, I think you're going to see him
100.
play with a little bit more of that aggression, a bit more of that fizz and zip for the remainder of the day.
57. $123. $140.
I have to say, Wazuski and Thornton bringing
$95.
the best out of each other here, going toe to toe.
$86. David Iroquois, 157.
Wazuki isn't going to take out the 157, but what he is going to do is leave himself on a double to
118.
potentially open up a 2-0 lead unless Thornton can take out the 118. Tops for another
Game shot
topper for the
second
Ford.
leg.
He
Robert
took him out at
Thornton.
key points yesterday, and he has found another big shot at a big
So
time
it's
there.
Robert to throw first.
1-1.
Game on.
Yeah, break straight back from Thornton. Nicely done.
140.
We have seen him hit a few this week. He had a lovely 135 yesterday
41.
under masses of pressure. I think that was in a match with Lee Cox, but he didn't go on to win it.
98. $41. $44. $45.
And suddenly the game is moving in the direction of the Fawn. Has that just knocked the stuffing out of Vusi somewhat?
87.
Trouble there, leaves himself on 132, and David is a long way back.
60.
A long way back.
132.
Doesn't have to chase the balls over, he doesn't want to, and so he'll stay upstairs. Moved across the top of 12 with dart 2.
92.
And he's going to leave himself on tops upon his return.
$41. Robert, you require 40.
All the fluidity seems to have disappeared for Wusi this week. This
30.
leg. Thornton again with a lot of time. Sometimes not a good thing when you're on a double. You'd rather
41. Robert, you
your
require
opponent
10.
right up your exhaust pipe so that you're concentrating and going for it straight at it without thinking.
Age on the third leg. Robert
Thornton closes that one out. 2-1.
Halfway towards the victory
David to throw
post.
first. Game on.
The last game of the second round sees Tommy Lishman and Darren Armstrong go toe-to-toe. And then round 3 we'll see
60.
Thornton return against Pontus Danielson. Mason Whitlock will take on Darren Armstrong. And David Vusi will take on
140.
Tommy Lishman. That's how the middle portion of the day looks at the live lounge. And if you do want to get in touch with us, you can do. It is at MSS Darts across Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. You can also get in touch courtesy of the YouTube chat room.
180.
Thornton's first maximum of the day puts him on the cusp of the break of throat. And he's going to get 6 darts here from 181 to really have a stranglehold of the game. He'll then have the darts to see through a 4-1 victory, but it's just opened up the door now for David.
Yeah, it's given him a big invite and in he's come.
100. Robert, you require 140.
Great first start. Beautiful second. It's double 10. And that would have been for
120.
another ton
David
plus
requires
checkout.
76.
Dave's been given the warning.
Game's on the fourth leg. David was
And he levels up at 2-2. Doesn't allow Thornton another chance.
Fifth leg against Robert to throw first. Game on.
Good contest this is becoming now. It was a bit of a slow start, but both players really coming up to the boil now.
134. $100.
Yeah, nice ton there.
100.
From David, and Thornton returns the compliment and repays the compliment.
53.
Well, there's a 11-point gap in the averages in the favour of Thornton here, averaging 88.9 compared to the 77 of Vusi. But the big difference coming in the doubling departments, where Thornton's had 6 missed darts at a double compared to just the 4 of Vusi.
140.
And also you add into the equation that one of Thornton's legs to one with a ton plus checkout means there has been more
100.
unfunctional visits.
127.
But he's going to get more time here. 127. Doesn't have to go for the ball. And wasn't
87.
even close to contemplating it. But he leads tops after 12 to be 3-2 to the good.
Indeed, and
60.
Was he
Robbie
back on
required 40.
248?
Game shot on the fifth leg. Robert Thornton.
Thornton takes it to 3-2.
Sixth player against David to throw first. Game on.
Wusi now. And a good leg
85.
and a hold of throw to stay in the match.
$140.
140 for Thornton. Piling it back on Wusi.
100.
Well, the big difference in this game has been courtesy of the score in Power Pack, where you can just see Thornton 5 140 plus throws
81.
compared to the 2 of Vusi in this contest. When it's come to the power scores, he's been able to amass more than Wusi.
140.
Wusi had the game solitary maximum.
$140.
And another one leads him first to have finished to win this match, although Wusi will be hoping he's got a couple of visits on 176 and to leave himself on the double. He
140.
does that, and now he hopes
140.
Thornton cannot take this out. He's already missed a double for it in this game, but he's not going to get a go at it this time.
60. David requires 36.
So the destination of leg 6 will
Game
be
shot on the sixth
decided
leg.
in one throw.
David Wusi.
Wusi
7 from final leg.
plants
It's Robert
that
to throw first.
double 18.
Game on.
Now comes back. Momentum's with him. Thornton needs a treble and
96.
hits it last dart.
Well, we did say when we spoke about this group yesterday, Scott, that there was a potential that this
180.
could be another group that goes very tight, and so far it feels like it is the case.
100.
Yeah, last 2 matches before this one were 4-3.
60. 58.
And so in this seesaw battle, it is Wusi who's got 6 starts here to win the match from 2-6-1.
140.
That 140 leaves himself on 1-2-1.
Yeah, that's a good way to go about it. Thornton now coming back at him.
140.
A lovely 140 and a nod of the head there from him. He was pleased with that.
57.
Just able to take out the 1-2-1. Thornton has already had the 118 in this game. Can he win it with the 107? He's going to get a dart at tops.
87.
And you almost expected it to go.
David, you require 64.
1 dart. Tops.
24.
Thornton thought it was
Robbie
going, stood
required
behind him. He put his
20.
arms up.
$10. David, you require
Looks to the darting
40.
gods and says, "Oh, Robert." 10's now for Wusi.
30.
Wusi has 3 clear
Robert,
darts
you
for the match
require
and misses
10.
it as well.
And so Thornton to eventually get over the line. 2 5s.
5. David, you require 10.
Well, I think we know exactly what Robert thought. And David's going to have a similar
8.
feeling. Both players are
Robert, you
stuttering
require
towards
5.
the victory post, crawling over the winning line. But it is
Game
Thornton that
shot
will
and
cross the
match.
ticker tape.
Robert
He gets the
Thornton.
better of David Wusi by 4 legs to 3. It was a good contest up until the last leg where both players struggled to take the match out. A nice embrace from the pair. These two have known each other for a while here. But on the hockey is Thornton and is a 4-3 victor. Coming up after the break is Tommy Lishman and Darren Armstrong.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
they've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Shot on the third leg.
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Shot.
Josh Smith, is it
Darius
a 9? A long time. And that clenched fist. He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
shot on the fourth leg.
Just like that. Only needs the one. And there you can see
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him. And is. It was a great dive.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Well, welcome back to the Modus Super Series here in the Live Lounge at Portsmouth. And if you've just joined us, you missed a bit of a thriller there. 4-3 in the favour of Thornton against David Vusi. It was a good game right till the last seconds there, and they did limp over the line, but it was a Thornton win to put points on his score tally. We return now with a game between Tommy Lishman and Darren Armstrong. Both.
First leg, it's Tommy to throw
Lishman's
first.
had the week of his life
Game
here
on.
so far. A 9-darter on Tuesday, which he'll never forget. The heartache of missing out on Group B yesterday, and he finds himself in
39.
Group C today. Does the flame, Tommy Lishman. Darren Armstrong,
53.
he was winner over Robert Thornton 4-3 in match 3 this afternoon. He's chasing another win
40.
to put himself right up there early doors in this Group C table.
Well, since
140.
Darren last appeared here back in February, he's had such a good time of it on the Challenge Tour.
99.
Made it through to the quarterfinals of Challenge Tour 15. Beat the likes of Connor Scott and John Henderson en route before then losing out to
56.
Wesley Plazier in the quarterfinals by 5 legs. Now, he also then had a run to the last 16 where he was defeated by Christian Kiss by 5 legs to 2. But he also picked up a couple of other eye-raising victories when you see a win against Wesley Plazier by 5 legs to 4. And then he beat Stefan Bellman, who's been doing some good stuff this year, by 5 legs to 2. And so he's picking up scalps pretty much everywhere he's going, is Darren Armstrong. A player that's most certainly playing the circuit more now than he has done
123.
in the past. And a player that is getting more success than he has done in the past. And you just get the sense as well that he's a player that's only ever
94.
improving.
Tommy require 100.
Yeah, he's a player who's enjoying himself, isn't he, when he's taking them scalps, you know. Wesley Plazier is pretty much beating everybody at the moment.
72.
Well, it's that time of the year, Scott, where we ask the question, who's the best player without a tour card right now? Armstrong has beaten some of the best without a tour card, and he does it with shots like that. He takes out the ton with tops to break the throw of Lishman and to lead 1-0.
Game on.
Indeed, the double in is this man's specialty.
45.
Well, go on then. Let's open that can of worms. Chat room.
100.
This is going to get very spicy. Who is the best player in the world without a tour card right now? I think there's a number of people that can stake a claim to it. Last year, it was fairly simple. There was a kid called Luke Littler who was winning titles here, there, everywhere that could get that shout. But I think this year it's a little bit...
100.
A little bit more up for debate. I think Wesley Plazier is going to be a player that a lot of people will put high up on the list because of what he's done on the Pro Tour. I think Andreas Harrison has to be high up on that list. John Henderson as the World Seniors Champion. Bo Greaves.
170. $43. Tommy record 131.
These two pretty much using all of the board.
111.
Gave himself a good chance at double 10. Statistically the best for a left-hander, apparently. Not on that occasion.
137. Tommy require 20.
Well, this is double 10, and he's left it after 12 darts. Good contest this so far.
Game shot the second.
Lishman will level us up at 1-1.
13 darts there in that leg. Not too
Tommy
shabby at all.
Game.
Breaks straight back.
$81.
Here we go. Here we go.
180.
Armstrong kicking off leg 3 with a max, and Lishman is looking to respond in kind.
125.
Well, Scott, it's fair to say that there is a lot of talk on the chat room right now because we have
43.
opened up the can of worms. Well, I've opened up the can of worms. 999999, basically a load of nines. It said Tom Sykes.
45.
Yeah, I see where that comes from. My England teammate. Another top lad, and yeah, super darter.
94.
Takes some stopping, he does. I couldn't agree more with that.
Plenty more out there. What we'll do is we'll save these for slightly later
40.
on in the day.
$57.
Down here, looking for the 1-2-7 and game for the break and a 2-1 lead.
128. Darren record 127.
And a significant pressure here from Lishman. 88.
111. Tommy require 82.
A really good attempt there from Armstrong. Now Lishman has been going 14s this route all week. Does again. Bullseye for Lishman. And bullseye it is.
Third leg. Tommy Lishman.
Clenches his fist.
Fourth leg against Darren to
For hold a throw as well.
Game.
Darren Armstrong misses the 1-2-7. Lishman steps in and hits the 82 on the ball.
28.
And that's the way you have to go for 82, in my opinion. when your opponent is on a double, you have to get yourself a dart at something. So you have to go the old-fashioned route, the treble 14. If you do not hit the 25 or the ball, it leaves you in the mire.
And what Lishman's doing so well at this present moment in time is it just looks like Darren's going to get a couple of openings. But he's doing such a good job of suppressing the Scot.
And he's also sort of keeping pressure on, and every time that the Scot misses, Lishman is there to tidy up, and that can really
58.
touch a nerve.
And let's not forget, Tommy outscored down in the leg, in which Armstrong opened up with a max. And now really does have the game by the scruff of the neck. 76 left after 9. The average now moves up to 98.28. This is a really, really good performance from Tommy Lishman. And there's not much that Darren Armstrong can do about it. He's on for an 11 darter. 12 will do. If he can find tops. Oh, this is beautiful from Tommy.
Tommy Lishman.
Beautifully pinned the tops. It's a 12 dart leg. He leads 3-1. The average is 97. There is not much not to enjoy about this performance.
3 from 4 on the double, 75% for this match. We're starting to see that Lishman of Tuesday return, aren't we? Some would say the flame is now on fire.
The flame looking to burn brightly here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
43. $58. $59. $129.
Armstrong back in the red there, but last start unfortunately missed his desired target.
60.
Well, that's a little bit of a scrappy visit from Darren, and it's now allowed Tommy the opportunity to take a stranglehold of this leg, of which if he wins, he is the victor in this contest, and he really is hammering home that advantage now. The only thing he hasn't done in this game is hit a max, and he has changed that fact right here, and it may well be his last scoring visit of the match.
55. Tommy require 101.
Lishman steps in, and now he's looking to get the win. If he can find the 101. Tops to complete a real polished
61.
display.
Darren require 170.
To save it. Oh, bullseye.
130.
Great setup.
Tommy, you require 40.
Well, this is tops for Lishman. For a 4-1 win, it would put him top of the group on 4 points. It was disappointment on Wednesday, but Thursday is starting in perfect style for Tommy Lishman. A 4-1 win against Darren Armstrong means that he goes to the top of the Group C table. 4 points to his name, the only player to have won every match so far in this group. We're going to take a break. When we return, Pontus Danielson will take on Robert Thornton.
Hang on a minute. Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
team for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Yeah, match starts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through.
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Tommy Lishman put in a delightful performance to beat Darren Armstrong by 4 legs to 1. This is what we've seen on this Thursday afternoon, and we have seen Tommy Lishman win both of his matches so far, and it's been a win for everybody else so far today, apart from Pontus Danielson, who is looking to chase his first victory as he takes on Robert Thornton in our 7th game of the morning session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And so we head to the midway point of our first session of 2. We'll be back from 10 this evening on the Super Series YouTube channel for the beginning of Group B at the Modus Live Lounge. Chris Murphy and Laura Turner will be your commentary team for that later on this evening, but it's myself, Henry Deacon, and Scott Mitchell bringing you the afternoon session. And we're intrigued to see how Robert Thornton is going to get along in this game against Pontus Danielson. Thornton didn't play bad in his defeat to Darren Armstrong. Maybe felt that he should have won that match, but recovered well against David Wazutsky, who asked him a lot of questions, but was able to get over the line.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think, you know, he's kind of been the favourite for the group this time round.
Game on.
He's had 2 tough games to start against probably the other runners in the group that are going to be there pushing him.
40.
Well, that's some way to start a match, isn't it? That was a violent bounce out too.
60.
He's had a couple of those, hasn't he? Who's it having the bounce outs that were coming back and nearly hitting them?
Victor Tingstrom.
Yeah. Victor Tingstrom, yeah. I was here on comms that day and they were just...
85.
Well, he could have caught him if you weren't going to stab yourself in the hand.
We should say,
83.
don't try that at home. You may see Victor Tingstrom in the not too distant future here at the Super Series.
81.
The Super Swede. As I mentioned earlier, there's some delightful lineups to the end of the series. And some real big names in action for you.
60.
That's all I'm allowed to say for now. But there's a few weeks I really am excited for. I have to say. Well, Thornton's got form in terms of taking out this 118. He did so in his previous game against David Wazutski.
43.
He's got time to
118.
take this first leg out. Double 19 caused him issues yesterday, but no problem there.
Robert
Thornton with his second 118, and he's got Pontus's number 1-0.
It's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Oh, I like what you did there. Made me chuckle.
Doesn't take a lot to make you smile, does it, Scott?
No. Picture of a tractor on a laptop. Makes me smile all day long.
44.
But yeah, good stuff there from Thornton. Is he starting to banish those bad memories of just yesterday?
100.
He's starting to clamp his authority on this group.
95.
Well, decided to start down on the 19s there, Pontus. Change of tack, change of MO.
81.
Sort of a change of fortunes. You actually saw last week John Worsley do something similar.
99.
Got to say, he looked very good at times last week and looks in very good shape as well, does John.
60.
Thornton ticking along this game quite nicely and fairly quickly. He's left himself on 60 after 12 and could be 2-0 up in next to no time at all.
Yeah, he did the 160 yesterday, I believe, in Group A.
60. Pontus should require 167.
Heads down to go up. Bullseye for the 167. Oh, that is magnificent. Perfect for Pontus.
Danielson.
The 167 goes. And we are level at 1-1.
Throw first. Game on.
His biggest shot out of the week up till then was 128. And he's just tranced it in that visit.
140.
Again, is that the turning point for Pontus Danielson
60.
this week?
You have to say, that came like a bolt from the blue.
81. $64.
Suddenly, this has galvanised Pontus.
80.
It has, but he has so many darts on the floor, doesn't he? He's had so many darts on the floor this week. I don't know whether that's
60.
to do with his setup, whether there needs to be a slight change or... But he has a lot of these dart-on-dart stuff that catches the flight and hits the floor, just loses all its forward momentum, doesn't then hold in the board, and all of a sudden you're doing a sit-up, keep picking the darts up.
Pontus is looking to get a victory here, which will stand up to attention. He's left himself on a ton after 12, and that's despite the bounce out. Triple 15. Gives himself a dart at tops, and that would have been for back-to-back ton plus checkouts.
$100. Pontus should require 40.
Double top for a 2-1 lead. Double 10 for a 2-1 lead. And Pontus Danielson is into a 2-1 lead.
Fourth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Well, who writes Pontus's scripts?
55.
I don't think he does, because otherwise... I don't think he does, because otherwise he'd have him winning every game. If I was writing my own script, I'd make sure I'd win every game
60.
at least.
46.
There was that famous quote from Jude Bellingham, wasn't it, a couple of weeks ago? Gabriel Clark, esteemed sports reporter, one of the best there's ever been, did a flash
60.
interview with Jude pitchside after England beat Slovakia. And Gabriel asked, well, who writes your scripts? His simple reply in his Brummie accent, I do.
140.
To be fair, we've done well to get to Game 7. That's the first time we've mentioned the football.
58.
Yeah, big sporting week this week. Got Wimbledon, the cricket. Now the final on Sunday.
43.
British Grand Prix last Sunday. It's been a real haven of sport. And of course, not forgetting the 2-9 darters here at the Modus Super Series.
And of course,
48.
the World Match Play begins on Saturday at the famous Winter Gardens in Blackpool. And the treat that we have got on Monday night, I think it's the best first round session of a major
125.
tournament we have ever seen. Michael van Gerwen against Luke Littler, and then followed straight away by the meeting between Gary Anderson and Michael Smith.
100. Robbie McGuire, 92.
It's so good, it's laughable. Thornton looking to square this contest up at
52.
2-2. Of course, women's semi-final day at Wimbledon today. Men's semi-final day at Wimbledon tomorrow. It's going to be a great weekend of sport.
60. Robbie McGuire,
I'll tell you more about how you could be here for a weekend of sport in the next leg. But Thornton looking to take out tops.
Games
Takes
on
out the
fourth leg.
tops.
Robert Thornton.
And we square this game up at 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Pontus to throw first. Game on.
Well, 2-2 in this contest. Danielson with the darts in the fifth. Remember, the only player in this group not to have picked up a
84.
victory so far on this Thursday afternoon. Thornton looking to make it through to a record 11th finals night. From 12 appearances here in Portsmouth. Well, Thornton's got form for a 9-darter, but he's not going to find one here.
97.
But as I say, you can be here on a Saturday night. Scan this QR code on your screen. Takes you to a website called
45.
dartshot.tv. And I've actually been having a couple of conversations with a few people. And I can tell you now, this place could be packed on Saturday night.
100.
Lee Cox is going to bring his contingent down. I've been speaking to one or two locals in and around the local area, and they're going to come down as well. It's going to be a fairly filled live lounge on Saturday night. It's not just this Saturday you could be here. That's any Saturday, including Champions Night on August the
96.
31st.
Robert McGuire, 124.
Add another one to the list.
84.
Well, it wasn't 118, so it wasn't going to go.
Yeah, it just wouldn't quite to be for Thornton there.
$100. Robbie McGuire, 40.
Danielson seems to have lost that early form.
Game shot
And
the
a
fifth
good
leg.
third dart,
Robert
using the
Thornton.
dart nicely there from Thornton. He takes a
Sixth
breaker
leg, it's
throw and a
Robert to
3-2
throw
lead.
first. Game on.
Sip of water to gather his thoughts. Tells himself to come on, and he's going to try and make this the last leg of the match.
It's fair to say that
60.
this game has been made harder work for Robert than what it needed to be. Pontus has had sparks, but Thornton's also had
100.
opportunities to really stretch away with this contest. Remember, Thornton wins this. He joins Tommy Lishman on 4 points. The middle match of this group would see one of Darren Armstrong and Mason Whitlock do likewise. And then game 9 would see Vusi and Lishman
125.
in action. Lishman would have the opportunity to move on to 4 points. But if Vusi could win that match, then you'd have the top 4 players all tied on 4
98.
points, and it could hardly be any tighter at the top of the table.
$96. $60.
Well, Thornton will question how none of those went into that treble 20. He's at 180s further away than that.
60. Robert, you require 148.
For the match, another one of them. It's not found, and so Danielson is going to get a chance at the 120 to
100.
take us all the way, but Thornton leaves
Concession
himself on
require
a
120.
single to double combo if this cannot be netted. If this cannot be found, of which it won't.
60. Robert, you require 48.
So Thornton then, 16 for double 16, takes the win. It's a 4-2 win in the favour of Robert Thornton. Danielson, he finds himself still foot of the table. Thornton takes himself level on points with Lishman. He'll be pleased with that. 4 from 7 for him on the doubles. That 118. The highlight for Danielson is that 167, but he's got to convert those into wins. So we'll head off for a short break, giving you a chance to take the bins out. Return, and you can come and watch us with Mason Whitlock and Darren Armstrong.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Robert Thornton pick up his second win of the day, getting the better of Pontus Danielson by 4 legs to 2, averaging 86.23 in the process. 4 from 7 when it came to the doubles, including that 118 checkout. And so we head into our middle match of the day, And one of Darren Armstrong and Mason Whitlock will also find themselves on 4 points with victory in this one. One win, one defeat for the pair. As far as Darren is concerned, he won his opener against Robert Thornton 4-3 before then being defeated by Tommy Lishman by 4 legs to 1. As far as Mason is concerned, he lost 4-0 to Tommy Lishman in his opening match before then beating Pontus Danielson 4-3 in a decider.
83.
And Whitlock here has kicked off this match in perfect style.
104.
That's not a bad second visit either.
Suddenly awoken.
100. 46. 180.
Well, this is a proper game of darts, isn't it? I've had trouble 15 with dart 2, and so Armstrong
190.
looking at 138 after Whitlock missed the 135. What a leg this has been, and it nearly had the ton plus check up, a fitting of winning it. But Whitlock's left a double after 12.
98.
Both players have left a double after 12, but it's Whitlock that's going to get first go. Finds the double 8 to lead 1-0. Well, that was a bit of quality.
13 dart leg to boot there for Mason Whitlock.
43. 59. 55.
Last time Dan was here, he was with his good pal, Andy Bolton.
29.
Spending a fair bit of time together during the course of that week that they were playing at the Super Series. Bolton, perhaps not a surprise, went deep that week
85.
before losing in the finale to Conor Heenahan, who qualified for his first Champions Week.
85.
And I think that's a process that Mason wants to
96.
be a part of. You get the sense that everything is a learning process for him. Even though there's a pressure to do well, I don't think there's a pressure for everything to happen right now for him.
59.
Yeah, the young man's got to be given a chance to find his own feet in the darting world.
80.
I have seen a bit of him down at the Southampton Dart Series, and
40, Mason, you record
I had a chat with him earlier saying he's playing better on the Wednesdays up in Waterlooville than he is on the Tuesdays in Southampton at the moment.
60.
And can't put his finger on why.
61.
Tops. 1-1.
Game on the second leg. Darren
Clinical
Armstrong.
from the Scot.
Third leg, it's Mason to throw first. Game on. 140.
Well, that third dart diverged out of the treble bed into the single. You could tell that was its end destination, but they had a little bit of a crash bang roll up out of it.
140.
Well, what's happening in this game is it feels like one's following the other. We had one good leg from one, and the other player responded. There was one poor start from the other in the second leg, and that
99.
responded. And now in the third, both players kicking off 140.
Yeah, nicely noticed and well put.
44.
Well, the scoring power pack can tell you that. 1 ton plus each, 2 ton 40 pluses each, 1 180 apiece. And then when you look at the double stats, They're both 1 for 1.
134.
They are just completely mirroring each other in every single way possible up until that point anyway.
45. Mason, you require 128.
But maybe it's Whitlock that's going to get a stranglehold of this contest. Doesn't have to chase the bullseye if he doesn't want to. But I think if he did get the treble there, he would have gone for it.
92.
Again, nice setup indeed from Whitlock.
51.
So he
Mason, you
comes
require
in then.
36.
Double 18. Nice marker that. Getting further away.
Game shot on the third.
Not the last one, wasn't.
Mason Whitlock.
Just inch closer. No mistakes.
Full flag against Darren to throw first. Game on. $97. $95.
Really beginning to grow into the task now is Mason.
134.
There's built from what was a slow start. I think that's fair to say.
78.
But really has found his groove in this match. His average creeps in excess of 90. 2 from 4 on the doubles.
60.
And sometimes it can just take a couple of games to acclimatise to the stage.
Yeah, and I suppose when you think about it, his other opponents up until now have all had the week to acclimatise, and he was coming in pretty cold, and that does make a difference. Mentally, you say no, it doesn't if somebody asks you, but it really does. It's on your mind that you're playing somebody that's been here all week.
81. I never require 110.
Looks like he'll probably stay there. No, he goes across to the 18s. He's
45. Mason, you
Armstrong
require
is one of those that's quite
147.
happy to just do whatever he needs to get one a double. And Mason now on 147. Not to be, go treble 18.
131.
16 left, nicely done. So the 65 under pressure here from Armstrong. 1 dart left.
45.
Just
Mason,
go
you
south
require
of the
16.
desired target.
And so 2 8s. Can he clip it off the barrel? Yes,
Game
is the
shot the
answer.
full flag.
Whitlock leads
Mason
3-1. He
Whitlock.
gets the break and now throws for the match.
Fifth flag, it's Mason to throw first. Game on.
And if he can win this game, he'll put himself in a real good position. Because this table is just
100.
beginning to take shape, even though it's very tight at the top.
99.
And what I mean by that is there's a potential that after the end of round 3, you've got 4 players banging position, but then a couple of players are going to have to play catch-up.
122. $140.
Already looking at the table, you feel that
96.
Montes needs to win his next game, otherwise he is in all sorts of problems already in the group early doors.
85.
Whitlock's closing in here on a 4-1 victory. Yeah, second in succession after that slow start
55.
against Tommy Lishman.
$99. Mason, you require 128.
Well, this will be some way to win it. Triple 20 ball. Not to be, and so Armstrong at the very least should get
54.
a dart at
Aaron, you
tots or
require
hope for 2
78.
at double 12. Tops to save the match. It's his favourite double,
Game
and it
shot on
comes
the
to
fifth
his aid
flag.
there. We
Darren
go back to
Armstrong.
3-2. Armstrong has the darts for a level match.
Sixth flag against
Whitlock
Darren
was
to throw
hoping he was going to
first.
get an opportunity to win the game there,
Game on.
but Armstrong stops him from doing so.
No thought in his mind other than hitting that double top. The whole process was
59.
flawless. It was straight at that 18, no messing around, straight at the 20, and this is in. Sort of
45.
nonchalantly, he threw that, knowing it was going before it even left his hand.
70. $96.
And I suppose this is another test for Mason, isn't it? I mean, he's in a position where he can go on and win a match and an opponent is coming
50.
back at him. And the Super Series tests you in more ways than one. Not just what in terms you can do in terms of your ability, but also where you are in
96.
terms of mindset.
Yeah, definitely.
55.
Armstrong would have been feeling he got himself back into the game here, and still finds himself with the throw turned.
95.
Mason knew as soon as that dart went in the 5 segment, he hadn't left himself a shot.
Whoa,
And what a time for a 180 from Darren Armstrong.
Well, it looks like we're going all the way again.
89. Darren never quite 87.
Armstrong, 87 to take us all the way to a last leg decide. He's going to get a dart of the bull,
62.
which you can't find.
Mason,
And so
you
Mason
require
Whitlock, 80 to seal his second win.
Going the tops route. Oh, that's tight.
60. Darren never
Not
quite
to be.
25.
Last chance saloon.
13.
And that might be last chance
Mason,
spurt.
you require 20.
Yeah, it doesn't go. Only one of these will do. And that's the one that does.
The match.
Mason Whitlock
Mason Whitlock.
takes a 4-2 win over Darren Armstrong. Mid-80s on the average. He won't worry about that. It's the 2 points on the table that he will be concerned about. 4-2 it is then to Mason Whitlock. You've got time to head off and sort out your social media. We're going to a short break, and you can join us on the way back with David Wusi against Tommy Lishman.
Welcome back, everyone. It's tungsten time once again here at the Modus Super Series. And before the break, Mason Whitlock got the better of Darren Armstrong by 4-2. It seals his second win of the day, his second win in 2, and it puts him in a good position. But the man in pole position still is Tommy Lishman. He's the clubhouse leader. He could be the end of round leader if he gets the better of David Wusi here. He's the only player with a 100% record still in this Group C, and if he wins this game, here's 3 wins from 3. Well, this should well be, Scott, a cracking match.
First leg, it's
Yes,
David
it
to throw
is.
first. Game on.
We're all looking forward to it up here in the commentary box.
Alongside Elvis Presley.
83.
This is why you don't commentate on football the night before you do darts. Anyway, Lishman with the darts in. We're looking to break the darts in leg 1 of this contest. The 9th game of the day, the 9th game of this session.
134.
So far, so good for Lishman. As I mentioned, 2 victories to his name. Beat Mason
60.
Whitlock by 4-0 in his first match, averaging 88.5, 4 from 11 on his doubles. And then he went up a level against Darren Armstrong, averaged just under 92, 4 from 7 when it came to the
77.
doubling in that particular match. And, well, it's felt like a while, actually, really, since we've seen the pair of them. Vusi game 5, Lishman game
100.
6. It's felt we've had a little bit of a break from these two. And as a player, when you've had one of those gaps, does it feel like it has been forever since you've been on the stage?
Yeah, it does. You lose your momentum a little bit.
96.
It's just making sure that, it's particularly in the back room, you manage to stay on the practice board, because what can happen is you think, I've got a bit of time, you sit and have a chat, and the next thing you know, it's crept up on you. You're up and have sort of like 10 or 12 dart throws, and then you're out there again. So you've got to be careful. You've got to manage your time wisely in the back room and make sure that, the games
94.
don't sort of fly by and you're half asleep with it.
Does it give you enough time to get the bins out?
It gives me plenty of time to check my social media as well. And that sort of thing. No,
117.
of course
We
not.
require 100.
It's all serious stuff out in the back room.
To the serious business. Well, he was better off having a bounce out there.
20.
Then decided to
David,
go
you
for
require
tops of 80
111.
left with his last dart. That could come back to cost him. It may be academic,
91.
but now Lishman is going to have to effectively spurn something, or is going to have to find something with dart 1, whereas if he's left with 60, he only needed a single to the double. Perseveres with tops. And from there, it's only going to get 1 dart at a very blocked bed. That is awkward. That is mightily awkward.
40.
And he couldn't
David, you
find.
require 20. Game shot on the first leg. David Wusi.
And you just feel if Lishman did the right thing there,
Second leg, it's Tommy to throw first.
and instead of throwing one off the top of the board, he would have maybe converted that leg. But I suppose you go with what you feel with at the time. And he felt that
100.
dart at tops, to leave tops, was the right thing to do.
94.
Well, Wusi won't care about what his opponent's doing. He's 1-0 to the good in this contest.
$60.
Well, we did pose you the question on social media earlier on today about who's the best player in the world
38.
without a tour card right now. Well, we've had plenty of answers to that particular question over the course of the day. I
99.
seen a communication from Barzi, who has gone for a list of 5. And
100.
it's not a bad list. Alex Spellman, great player from the United States. Ben Robb of New Zealand, the WDF #1 at this present moment in time. Darryl Pilgrim, Andreas Harrison, and Wesley Plazier.
140.
Yeah, Plazier for me, I'm afraid. The Dutchman has been sensational over the last couple of years. 18 months,
Tommy McCoy,
particularly
102.
culminating in those couple of finals at the Pro Tours last week. He's the one on everybody's lips saying, wow. He's playing lovely at the Challenge
62.
Tour as well.
David Require, 149.
The one that always goes under the radar as well, that always does really well at the Challenge Tour, is Christian Kist.
Well, he played that well last year. Then he got into the World Championships via the Pro Tour. Not for the international qualifiers. Now, this is tops for Lishman for 1-1. Now down for double 10.
Game
And a level match we have at
Tommy Lishman.
1 apiece.
The against David to throw first. Game on.
Remember, Lishman wins this game. He moves on to 6 points.
100.
The only player to have been perfect after the first 3 rounds. Vusi, if a win, would move on to 4 points himself.
137.
Just having a look, there's a lot of love for Wesley Plazier in there. Now here's one from
66.
Peter, who says Nico Springer of Germany. Good player, Nico. But I do want to get your opinion on Ben Robb, because I think it's
40.
difficult for a player based where he is, because obviously we don't see him as often as we would most players at European base and maybe even American based.
100.
But when we have seen him here, he's at least he's made it to the final both times he's played here at the Super Series, and is a player you'd expect sooner rather than later, if he keeps going to Q School, will get his card.
Yeah, absolutely. And
100.
another one, maybe, if we were having this conversation this time last year, you'd have probably said Leonard Gates, because he was winning everything at that time. He was coming here and winning. He was winning world
100.
senior staff.
I do wonder whether we'll see Ben Robb come over again later on this year.
140. David Record 135.
135 for Wazuski is not going to go on this occasion, as Lishman will be back for
70.
84 for the break and to open up a 2-1 lead.
He likes 24, so I'm saying he'd go treble 20. 14s for the bull. He's good at the bull as well.
59.
Oh, he nearly had that.
65.
One would assume 25 for tops, but Wazuski decides to go 19s first. He's going to get a crack at
45.
tops, but
Tommy required
doesn't
25.
take. And so Lishman will be back for the 25 to break the throw and open up a 2-1 lead. 1 for double 12 to open up a 2-1 advantage.
13.
Has to wait.
David required 20. Game shot in the third leg. David
Wazuski opens up a 2-1 advantage in this contest.
Yeah, Lishman won't be
Well,
too
there
bothered
gets
about
Tommy to
that.
throw
He's got the
first.
darts now.
Game on.
For those guys that have been playing all week, this is their 4th day in a row, and maybe a chance from here on in that
140.
fatigue could set in.
Mind you, if David
100.
wins this game, the top 4 players would all be on 4 points in the group. Darren Armstrong would be 5th on 2 points, and Pontus Danielson would be the only player without a win.
60.
We could well be in a situation here where Group C is almost as tightly packed as the Group A was earlier on this week.
94.
This would be the type of week where you'd have a Group B where all 5 players are tied on 8 points.
83.
But luckily, I don't have to deal with the permutations of that this week.
No, that's why you're talking it up, isn't it, and hoping it happens.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Leaving it to our poor counterparts.
Yeah, well, you're there tomorrow night, so I don't know why you're...
Oh, yeah, me. I've just remembered that. Yeah, I'm not on
121.
tomorrow. in the afternoon session on the evening tomorrow. Yeah, I just remembered. Thanks for reminding me.
I'll keep the abacus down the bottom of the booth. Well, that's a match for David. Points up at the sky. Double. Doesn't go, and so Vusi's going to be back for the 44.
73.
For a 3-1 lead in this match. Double 16.
Game shot
Great
for
darts,
forfeit.
14 darts,
David
3-1.
Vusi.
David has the darts for the match.
Yeah, tidy from Wazzy there.
There gets David to throw first. Game on.
Those little shots, they're the big ones. 44, 55, 2 darts. They give you the confidence, and away we go again. Straight in with the 180.
And again, with an average of way in excess of 1982.06 at this present moment in
81.
time. Really brought it up, hasn't he, the last couple of legs. And he's turning it up.
140.
181 after 6. In a leg that if he wins the match.
180.
Back comes Lishman.
$58.
And so, Vusi, 1,
80.
2, 3 to get
Maybe
over the line
123.
and inflict a first defeat to Tommy Lishman in this group. In fact, it'd be enough for him to go top of the Group C table.
86, he'll stay there on the treble 18.
45. Tommy require 160.
This is a mighty, mighty ask. But we know he has it in him. Not to be this time.
100. David require 82.
For the match. Tops. Would have been to have rounded
42.
off another
Tommy
really good
requires
display, but
60.
Lishman is back to bring it back to 3-2. Well, he does like a double-double.
Game shot on the fifth.
Just
leg.
like that. 3-2.
Tommy
And the
Lishman.
game returns to throw.
Sinclair gets Tommy to throw first. Game on. $96.
Lishman has put himself back in the mix.
180.
But Vusi is trying to make sure there's no comeback on the cards here.
121.
Well, maybe if he said that he was on a 9
100.
darter, he would have hit it, Scott.
Well, we did leave it, didn't we? We didn't want to tempt fate.
Don't know why we're being accused of being jinxes. We've been on the comms box this week and we've had 2.
Absolutely. And the next one, a 9 darter here at the Super Series in a week. They will probably hire us back together to make sure it happens.
By the way, Neil has just commented on the
100.
YouTube chat room about best player in the world without a tour card. He says definitely not Matthew Edgar.
Well, we can't comment on that when he's not here to defend himself.
Well, suddenly,
180.
Lishman's turning it on. And if this doesn't go, we go all the way to a deciding leg, potentially. Bullseye.
96. Tommy requires 60.
So 1 dart for the match, come and goes for Wazzy.
Tops.
Game
3-3.
shot on the sixth leg. Tommy
14
Lishman.
darter. We go the distance in this game.
7
Once
from
again,
final
Lishman
leg.
shows
It's
his
David to
class.
throw first. Game on.
In a very difficult situation. It was easier to miss than hit
60.
there. But he found a way.
And sometimes that is all you have to do.
$81.
So circumstantially, if Lishman wins this leg, he moves on to 6 points in the group. The only player to be undefeated so far today. However, if David wins this leg and inflicts the first L on Lishman, then we'll have 4 players at the end of round 3 tied at the top on 4 points. Vusi's had opportunity to win this game in 2 differentiating legs. He will feel a massive opportunity slip if Lishman goes on to bag the points. And he's in a very good position to do so now. That's his 3rd max of the match. 3 apiece in that department.
100.
Yeah, this one really has been a good game and a 180 fest, hasn't it? Both 90 plus averages.
$100. David, you require 158.
Well, this would be some way to win the match. But Vusi, who has been in control for large swathes of this contest, is now hoping, relying that Lishman cannot take out the 82.
I feel he'll go the 42 route, treble 14 again here. He does. 18 for the bullseye. 1 dart for the match. Does he take it?
57.
No, not to be this time.
24.
And so Vusi gets another chance. And 3rd time is the charm.
David Vusi.
He had the opportunity to win 4-1 and 4-2. He was forced to go all the way. But Vusi will guarantee a 4-3 win. Relief more than anything. It was a high quality contest. Have a look at those numbers. Not too shabby at all. Vusi, a 4-3 winner against Lishman. That ends round 3. We're going to kick off round 4 with Thornton against Whitlock. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we completed 3 rounds worth of play at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And as you can see, before the break, David Vusi won an excellent game against Tommy Lishman 4-3. Both players averaging 92 in that contest. Mason Whitlock, Robert Thornton also winners in that 3rd round. And it means that we have 4 players tied at the top of the table on 4 points. Lishman had the opportunity to go 3 wins from 3, was unable to take advantage of it. And so we have a really tight race. Armstrong on 2, not out of it at all. And Pontus Danielson is going to have to win games and win games quickly. And so into game 10 of the session we go. And we're going to watch Robert Thornton and Mason Whitlock in action. For Whitlock, he got off to the worst possible start. He lost 4-0 to Tommy Lishman, but then dragged himself over the line against Pontus Danielson in game 2. And then up the levels when he beat David Armstrong 4-2, average of 86 in that contest. But as far as Thornton is concerned, he's been fairly streamlined so far. You know roughly where he's going to be, something in and around the mid-80s region. He lost his first match to Darren by 4 legs to 3, averaging 84.8, and then recovered with an 86.72 average in beating David Wusi by 4 legs to 3, aided and abetted by a 118 checkout. And then another 118 checkout helped him en route to a win as he beat Pontus Danielson by 4 legs to 2. And again, it was another average of 86 that helped him en route to that particular success. So we know what Thornton's going to do. When you see Mason Whitlock get better as the day goes along, this could be a intriguing tie.
140.
Yeah, it could.
100.
These two know plenty about one another.
42.
And you think it's one of those for Mason where he would stay really concentrated
100.
and stay right on it.
$125.
Well, it's a meeting of the apprentice up against the twice World Seniors champion.
140.
And this is what's so compelling about the Super Series. You've got somebody who's won the World Seniors Championship twice against a player who's plying their trade on the development tour.
But that's what the Super Series brings.
Robbie requires 61.
When worlds collide.
Tops
21.
just above, but he has got the luxury of time. Whitlock not on a finish in this first leg.
The Mace knows not to panic
60.
here. He hasn't got the darts, so there's no real panic just yet.
Game shot on the first leg.
Nicely done by Thornton.
Clipped off the barrel and into the top of the top's bed. And
Game on.
the form one up.
$57.
Right, we are back tonight for Group B action at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where we're going to watch Paul Hogan, Sebastian
34.
Pioretsky, Jordan Matthews, and the 2 Davids, David Evans and David Davies, all in action. The action gets underway from 10 o'clock on the Super Series YouTube channel before we do it all again of another double session day on Friday. And then Saturday night, the finals of Week 6 of Series 8 will be with you live from 7:30 in the evening. Myself and Scott will be in the commentary box for that one. And already looking at proceedings, it could be a very intriguing Saturday. And a week where I think players will see that Champions League carrot dangled and will feel like there is a fair opportunity for them to be the Cinderella at the ball.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that. I think we said it was a really open week on Monday morning here.
78.
And we thought that there would be a few contenders of the 12 that would fancy their chances. Looking at all the others going, this is as good a week as I'm going to get to have a stab at this. I think it's an intriguing Saturday on the cards, that's
56.
for sure.
Could be a super Saturday, as Chris Mason likes to call it.
59.
Tell you what, it's going to be some warm-up for the crowd ahead of Sunday, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Sunday being
96. Robert, you record 140.
church in the morning for me, and the gospel of football in the evening.
100.
I was going to say, you must be disappointed because they've cancelled Country File on Sunday.
Yeah, I think it's wrong. They should move the football to Monday night. But there we go.
92.
Whitlock missing
record
the
48.
double 18 for the 110 out. And so Thornton for the break and a 2-love leads. Double 16, no mistake.
Robert Thornton.
It's not vintage Thornton, but it's been enough so far.
Robert to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, some concern for Mason now. Because he now needs to
140.
He now needs to start moving.
And the thing is, we've seen Thornton do this
39.
a lot at times in his career. Maybe not play at his best, but something just work in his favour. And can even be as simple as a break a throw. And then he digs his heels into a match. And suddenly when you think, okay, this guy is gettable, Thornton will do things like that and begin to run away into the sunset.
That's exactly what he does. He's built a career and a very good living off it.
Am I beginning to get the sense that Mason Whitlock is a player that feeds off his opponents?
I think you have the sense that you are more than correct.
81. $85. Robert, you require 100.
And so Thornton looking at the ton for 3-0. This is for an 11 darter.
60.
But he's unable to find.
$40. Robert, you require 40.
For 3-0. Double 10.
Game shot on the third.
Another
leg.
14
Robert
darter.
Thornton.
Chugging along like a steam train on New British Coal.
Full flag gets
Well,
Mason to throw first.
We were speaking about Robert Thornton's back-to-back 86 averages, and now his average again 86.
125.
Like I say, 9 times out of 10, that's the sort of thing he puts up there and says, if you're going to beat me, you've got to come and top it. And I will lift it a little from there as well
95.
if you start to go over the top of that average. And it's a lovely trait to be able to have as a dart player.
60.
I think one of the greatest qualities you can have as a dart player, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I never played the sport, but Thornton is one of those players that you look at,
123.
no matter what stage of his career, what stage of your career you're at, and you think, I have got to play well to beat this guy. And I think that's a great quality to have.
You're absolutely spot on.
26.
And it is a great trait to have because, one, it gives you longevity within the sport. And one thing you can say about Robert
139.
Thornton is he's had that and continues to have that because that is his attitude. I'm putting my game up here. I'm not overly playing the player,
140.
but I'm going to do what I need to do.
144.
And if you get me, well done, young man. You shake him by the hand. And if not, I'm still here.
104. Mason
Well,
require
once again, leads himself on
150.
tops after 12. Goes more conventional than the 3 bullseye route because he's in such trouble here, Mason Whitlock. And Thornton here to go
45.
top of the
Require
table
40.
with a 4-0 win in the space of 8 minutes. Double 10.
30.
Doesn't go.
Mason, you require 105.
So a chance to prolong the game for Mason Whitlock. 105, he's gone ball. It'll be tops.
45.
Not
Robbie
quite to
require
be this
10.
time. So Thornton comes back at double 5.
Game shot
He
and
hits
the
it for a
match.
4-0 win.
Robert Thornton.
He goes to the top of the table. Mason Whitlock is left wanted again. He will settle in. This guy can play. There's the tail of the tape. 88 average for Thornton. Difficult to beat. 4 from 13. 30% on the checkouts. We head into a short break. you've got a chance to check your emails. Come back and join us when we have Tommy Lishman against Pontus Danielson.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. Two players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9-dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it. Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you?
180.
On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100.
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Leacock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Lishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious! Wait!
Tommy Lishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters! Cool, that voice must be annoying and graining, mustn't it? Right, before the break at the Modus Super Series, we saw Robert Thornton get the better of Mason Whitlock by 4 legs to 0, averaging 88.41 in the process, 4 from 13 on the doubles. It was another really solid display from the Fawn. And so, to our 11th game of the session, it sees Tommy Lishman and Pontus Danielson go toe-to-toe on the live lounge stage. Lishman, who lost his 100% record last time out in a crackerjack of a match against David Vusi, losing out by 4 legs to 3. Both players averaging 92 in that particular contest.
First. Game on.
Pontus, he started off, his best performance actually come in the 4-0 defeat that he had to David Vusi. Averaged 86.33, but David played exceptional in that game. And you just thought if he can ascertain and maintain them levels, then maybe he would have a chance. But hasn't been able to do so for the remainder of the day. It's been glimpses of good stuff. Could have, perhaps should have beaten Mason Whitlock in his second match, and then had that 167 checkout against the Fawn.
122.
Yeah, it's the sort of thing we've been saying about him all week. We can definitely see that he has the talent. There's no two ways about it. Pontus should be here. He's exactly what the Super Series is all about, to find untapped talent from corners of the globe and give them an opportunity on the big stage.
180.
And Sweden really is becoming a hotbed for the sport. Of course, the reigning champion,
59.
Andreas Harrison,
106.
heralding from that part of the world. But Tommy Lishman from Hull, looking at 106, treble 18, will leave himself double 16, not to be on this occasion.
86.
And it is great that we're seeing all corners of the globe being represented at the Super Series. We've got Sweden, we've got Australia, New Zealand, America, Canada, South Africa.
60. Tommy required 20.
Kingston upon Hull.
Yeah, the Swedes have always had great players coming through the system.
Game shot on the first.
Danielson is one of the ladies, and she's still out there doing it.
Second leg, it's Pontus to throw
World
first.
Cups and things like that, and obviously Magnus Carris.
Just seems like a nation that's ready to burst at the seams.
Do you know, up until a few years ago, Sweden held the record for the youngest player at Lakeside in the form of Marcus Kohonen. He qualified for Lakeside at 17 and so many days, but I think
96.
that was surpassed by some fella called Littler.
15 years of age, and he only lost in that championship to Richard Veenstra, who had the record average in the history of the Lakeside, who averaged 104 and change. And Littler himself didn't actually play too bad in that game.
Richard beat me in a quarter-final there. I found him one year at the French Open, said, get on this BDO thing. I said, you'll make Lakeside easy playing like that. Yeah, he did. Knocked me out in the quarter-final following year. Nice work.
59.
Talk about teaching people your own job. We're still friends to this day, and it was his birthday yesterday, actually, Richard Veenstra.
Yeah, one of the... When we talk about good guys and good people in darts, Richard Veenstra is bang up there with them.
180.
Well, that is Tommy's second max of the match. And I know it's still early days in this contest, but he's averaging 113.73.
140.
Richard and I have known each other that long. I was his famous friend at one point. Now he's my famous friend. That's how it's changed.
Should have won the Lakeside a couple of years ago. It was only an inspired performance by Neil Duff that stopped him. Beat Rahman in a fantastic quarter-final. And Rahman played well that tournament. Absolutely
60.
battered Jared Cole the round before.
Tommy require 130.
Little fish for Lishman. Treble 20 pull.
Moves across. Oh, that's a lovely dart. Back to his original location. Bullseye. Not to be.
One position require 146.
There was no little fishy for Lishy. Lishman 31 to break the throw and open up a two-leg lead in this contest. Well, this is Tommy Lishman. This could be absolutely anything. Double 14. Well, that's not the worst guide. Cannot use it.
Position require 87.
Bull. Offline.
39.
So Tommy comes back for double 7 to get the break of throw and to open up a 2-love advantage in this match.
On the wire. Inside the wire.
Tommy Lishman.
Tommy really is very businesslike today. We're not seeing those smiles and the smirks, are we, that we saw yesterday?
And do you think that's because what happened yesterday? He was so disappointed and so worked by it that it's a case of, right, he does the best that he possibly can to make sure that doesn't happen again.
I think there's a very good possibility that you're right there, Henry, and I think that that's all about learning the game, you know. It's one of those things that you have to do, and sometimes you have to have those bad moments to make sure you appreciate the good moments and you know how to reach those good moments, and maybe that's what he's doing today.
40.
But he's very focused here today, very focused indeed, and we're seeing a little fist pump every time that he gets a leg, and it just shows how important it is to him.
Well, he's certainly been through the mill of emotions, hasn't he, this week, Tommy Lishman? Hit that 9-darter on Tuesday, then had an opening to win the group during the middle of yesterday's session, but was unable to really use it. Finished 5th in the end, and you could tell the disappointment of both himself and Robert Thornton at the end of the session yesterday. But one thing you do get when you play the Group A and you fail in the Group A is you get a second chance to put it right, and Tommy's doing the best he possibly can to do exactly that.
Right-handed ton there for Lishman.
He takes the acclaim with imaginary crowd.
58.
To be fair, after a visit like that, if there was a crowd in here, they probably would have walked out. Does like to play the game with a smile on his face, does Tommy. And when you speak to him, his genuine enthusiasm for the sport, it just seeps out. You cannot hide that enthusiastic nature that he has for this game.
54. Tommy requires 78.
Maybe that's why he's called the Flame. He has a flame for the game.
Could be 3-0 up in this game if he can find double 12.
Game shown the third.
Well, when a dart and a double sticks up to the wire, he has got a great chance of it flickering off the barrel and in, and he does so again there. He knows how his darts behave, and that is such an important trait of a darts player. And it's meant that when he's had 2 darts in hand, say for example, if the first one's just missing the other side, he can use it as the perfect guide to bump it in. It's how he's won his last 2 legs on the double 7 and the double 12.
100.
Has he broken the back of this game? Has he broken the back of Danielson?
55. $80. $81. $105.
So Lishman 260 points away from a 4-0 win against Pontus Danielson. It would mean that he will still remain the only player
95.
in this group yet to pick up a victory so far on this Thursday. Oh, great last dart.
Position require 107.
Ton leads in 116. Danielson, the big fish, isn't going to be reeled in. And so Lishman for a 4-0 success, looking for the 116, which would put him back to the top of the table, just above a Robert Thornton on legs difference. $96 left. Will stay there. Treble leads double 18. It's not going to take it out, and so Pontus will come back for double 15.
Position require 30.
When that last dart, surely he has to go for it.
So Pontus cannot take his opportunity. Lishman to win the match. Looking at double 14 for his 3rd win of the day. A 3rd win from 4, and it would return him to the table summit. And Tommy is the table topper once again. He gets the better of Pontus Danielson by 4 legs to 0. Another good performance, average just under 90. It was a professional display, the best way to describe it. That how the game went from a statistical viewpoint. Lishman 4, Danielson 0. Coming up after the break, Darren Armstrong against David Wazuski.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
On the third leg,
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg, Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith, is it a 9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg,
just like
Darius
that.
Labanowski.
He needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Shot on the first leg, Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Shot on the second leg, Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
So, welcome back to the Modus Super Series, and the game before the break saw Tommy Lishman demolish Pontus Danielson 4-0 with just shy of a 90 average to take him for 3 wins from 4 today and put him up at the top of the table. But our next match has Darren Armstrong against David Wusi. And Wazzy has been playing quite tidily himself today and playing his way in.
First leg, it's
in his last game, he got the better of Tommy Lishman. And that's Tommy Lishman's only defeat today is to Wazzy. Darren Armstrong hasn't quite found his feet yet today. It's been in fits and starts for him. But he's a dangerous opponent, and both still have one eye on qualification. But you feel Armstrong needs to start finding his winning boots.
Because suddenly the player that we picked out as the value for money at 4-1 at the beginning of the group is suddenly going to find themselves in a lot of trouble as we enter the final round of fixtures. And Darren does have Pontus in his last game, who is struggling a little bit, has to be said. So if Armstrong can win this one, recover, then beat Pontus at the end, he'll come out of it with 6 points, which will very much put him in the mix going into day 2's worth of action at the Live Lounge.
Well, our 2 table toppers, Lishman and Thornton, have to play each other in their final game today. So they're both sat on 6 points. One will stay on 6 and one will move to 8. So that does mean that the rest will still be in the mix if you're close enough to that 6 points come the end of the day.
But what a start from Darren Armstrong. 14 darter, 81 checkout to lead 1-0. And I just wonder whether he'll have a similar mindset to that of Robert Thornton, his compatriot, in the sense of, I have had enough of this. I am now going to up the gears.
100. $140. 60. $85. 57. 80.
Well, David heading down to the bullseye, leaving himself on 136 to square this contest up at one apiece.
56. David Record 136.
Averaging at this present moment in time 103.
45.
But back comes Armstrong.
123. David Record 91.
Goes bullseye first on the 91. And so now it's going to get a dart at double 12.
67. David Record 105.
Nearly went too big on the 17 there, didn't he? Dangerously close to the double 17. Armstrong's gone in the treble 2 here.
45. David
And
Record
really
24.
needed the treble 15.
Game shot on
double
the second
12.
leg. David Wazuski.
Wazuski levels up at 1-1.
The leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
I've been really impressed with David so far today. As
180.
Darren begins to up the gears.
100.
Yeah, whilst he's been around a while, it's not his first rodeo, but he's definitely come here to put on a performance. And
100.
thus far, he's been very tidy.
81.
His only defeat today so far is
100.
Robert Thornton, and that was a narrow 1-4-3.
And a game that
60.
he
Darren
would
Record
feel like he
121.
should have won as well.
He had darts, didn't he?
47.
Well, Armstrong leads himself on 74. Could be a second 14 darter for this game if he takes that in 2. And he may have to take it out in 3 because
140. Darren Record
Vusi leaves
74.
himself on Shanghai. Tops.
54. David Record
I'm surprised there's a bit of a
120.
hesitation there because he's been so good on that target today. Vusi's going to get a dart at tops.
100. Darren Record 20.
And
No
Armstrong
score.
flounders
David
the
Record,
chance
20.
on double 10. And so Vusi will come back for that target for the break. Bends the wire. It's getting further away. And then
Game
finds a
shot
way
the
in,
third
clips
leg.
off the barrel of the 2 that were
David
close to the
Wazuski.
wire. And Vusi is 2-1 in front with the break in hand.
Full flag, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Armstrong was a little mortified there about
83.
straying into the double 15. He had a little pinch on his nose to wake himself up, just like you used to be taught to stop a nosebleed when you were a kid.
59.
Pinch the bridge of your nose. That stops a nosebleed, apparently.
94.
Nothing more embarrassing than having a nosebleed in public.
Having 2 pieces of tissue roll out of your nose to try and
58.
stop the bleeding. Yeah, I get that. That would be embarrassing.
I had an embarrassing moment with a nosebleed a few weeks ago where I was in a supermarket car
100.
park packing some shopping away, and I had a nosebleed and I had no tissues in the car, so I had to go into the shop, bloody down as if
92.
I've just been, I don't know,
Punched in the face.
something like that, yeah. And like I've just been beaten up, and I had to go and buy a
100.
load of tissues to stem the blood. Well, I've learned that lesson.
Well done.
96. David, you require 124.
I'm pleased for you.
1-2-4 for 3-1. That was a rabbit hole we didn't really need to go down, did we?
Yeah, I started. It was, well, actually,
92.
Dan Armstrong started by pinching his nose. I didn't start it.
Darren, stop putting us off. We're trying to work here.
45. David, you require 32.
Double 16 for David for a 3-1 advantage.
Game shot.
And 3-1 it is to David Wazuski.
The flag gets Darren to throw first. Game on. 60. $180. $140. $100.
Looks very relaxed up there, does Wazzy. Looks at home on the big stage.
83. $97.
And now looking at 1-2-4 to take out the match and to take out a 4-1 success. Armstrong in the background. Wazuski in the foreground, averaging 93.5. Isn't going to win the game here. He hopes that Armstrong hasn't got something big in the pipeline.
160.
But he might. And so Wazuski is back for 32 for the match.
32. Game
And that's
shot
exactly
and
what he does.
match.
32 for the match
David
indeed.
Wazuski.
It's a 4-1 win. Just over 9 minutes for David Wazuski. There we go. 90 average for him. Makes you difficult to beat if you keep posting that. 4 from 10 on the doubles. Armstrong just not finding his scoring boots today, but that won't worry Wazuski. He's got a 4-1 win. He goes on to 6 points in the table. We take a short break. It's a lovely day outside. You've got time to hang your washing out and then return to us because we have Tommy Lishman against Robert Thornton.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
For the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final.
And
through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is. Charlie Murphy. couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosch.
Pie Face is through. He gets there.
And he's
in the end.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're about to start the final round of fixtures. This is how the table looks. It's really tight at the top. As you can see, 3 players all on 6 points. Lishman, Vusi and Thornton. Mason Whitlock's won 2 of his 4 matches. Damon Armstrong with just a solitary win to his name. And Pontus Danielson looking to get off the mark as far as day 1 is concerned. So let's kick off the final lap of fixtures then. And it's going to see Robert Thornton up against Tommy Lishman. The winner of this game will move on to 8 points in the table. They'll guarantee, at worst, a tie for the lead overnight. But if Mason Whitlock can beat David Vusi in the next, the winner of this would be guaranteed the sole lead overnight. As the matches tumble here at the Live Lounge, like the wickets tumble at Lord's. But I can tell you one thing, it's not going to be a swan song for anybody on this Thursday.
Indeed, there isn't. This is a big match in regard to the overnight standings, though.
First leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
Lishman has the darts here to start this game. Is that going to be the telling factor come the end?
95.
Both these players were devastated yesterday at the outcome of Group A. They've had to gather their thoughts.
57.
Sat on 3 wins out of 4. Thornton's defeat came early doors against Darren Armstrong, and Lishman's
83.
defeat came against David Vusi, who's still yet to play in this group
100.
of 3. He'll be up next against Mason Whitlock.
Well, it's the first game of the final lap of fixtures, but just a reminder that we're going to be back tonight from 10 p.m. on the Super Series YouTube channel to see how Group B is going to start.
Tommy require 145.
Martin Bioretsky, David Evans back for their 4th day's worth of action. Both these players playing their 4th day this week. Lishman unable to take out the 145.
79.
But will leave himself on a 2-darter to take out leg 1.
$27. Tommy requires 66.
Can Tommy get his kicks with Route 66? I suppose 66 is the appropriate number right now, isn't
Game
it?
shot on the first leg.
I know
Tommy
that was
Lishman.
then, but it could be again.
Yeah, nicely done from Lishman.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
I've forgotten about that route for 66, I have to say. He's enlightened me of that route this week.
Tommy Lishman taking out the 66, and the first leg has come home.
140. $41. 57. $84.
Well, good darts there from Tommy to leave himself on the fish, to break the throw of Thornton and to open up a 2-0 lead. And of course, the way the fixtures go is this will reverse tomorrow.
26.
So Lishman would play Thornton in their first game.
Obviously, Lishman wouldn't have the darts in that game tomorrow. It would be Thornton's advantage and it would be his away. So you have to make hay while the sun shines with your advantage today, Tommy
90.
Lishman.
And also, it's a chance to really restrict Robert as well. If he could win this game overnight, it means he's stuck on 6 points. He's kind of stuck in a purgatory
91.
as to
Tommy require
his
80.
positioning in the group. And you can really do some damage on him if you can win back-to-back games. Now, Lishman went tops earlier on today and
26.
decided to go conventional there. 4-138 to square up at 1-1.
And that's not going to go now. Missed the big number, so he's staying up. Nice
84.
start with the last.
Tommy require 54.
So it's 54 apiece, but it's Lishman to go at it first. It's 18 for double 18 then here.
18. Robbie, you require 54.
And a chance goes begging. 14 to tops for Thornton, double 10.
34.
Thornton knows that was
Tommy
big
require
moments in this
36.
game. So it's Lishman back at 36.
Game shot the second leg.
Took his
Tommy
time, stayed composed, did the flame. And in it went.
The leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
Walked straight back up the oche to return because he knows it's his throw next. 2-0 to the good.
57.
You feel he's just keeping a lid on it all. Maybe there'll be some relief at the end of this game if he does happen to win it.
140.
These two guys, I've seen them the last couple of mornings walking in together. Walked across the pedestrian crossing together, a little bit like the Beatles crossing the road at Abbey Road. One in front of the other.
60.
On their way to the live lounge.
$140. $100. $105.
Well, Lishman leads himself on 135 for a 3-0 lead.
60. Tommy require 135.
135 for Lishman to move 3-zip up in this contest. Well, he went 25 first. Then found the balls over dart 2. How ironic. But what he is going to do after dart 1 is leave himself on a double and forces Thornton to take out the 141, of which he is not up to the task of.
91.
And so Lishman,
Tommy required 24.
to put himself in full control, full command of this game. Robert chastises himself in the background. And Lishman licks his lips and he moves 3-0 to the good.
Fourth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
And for Thornton, there's a bit of a domino effect happening now. The legs are tumbling and tumbling. Oh, this is superb. He's been great all day, Tommy Lishman. These are the numbers for him. 88 average game 1, followed by a 91 in game 2, followed by a 92 in game 3, followed by an 89 in game 4, and now he's averaging 91.8. If he's top of the table overnight, the way he's played, he's the deserved player with top spot, that's for sure.
Yeah, agreed. He's learnt those lessons of yesterday, hasn't he? These lessons you have to learn and then rectify them. And you have to say, Lishman has been very businesslike in this session today.
100.
And looking as if he's going to finish in style.
41.
And a potential 11-dart leg in the final leg of the day for him. An average of 96.5. It's been a great day. And it looks like he's saving his best performance for last. It's an 11-darter to seal a 4-0 win against the two-time former World Seniors champion. Tommy Lishman was superb. And Tommy is top of the table. He's guaranteed at least a share of the lead overnight. A 95.5 average, 4 from 6 on his doubles. He beats Robert Thornton 4-0. Coming up next, David Vusi could join him on 8 if he beats Mason Whitlock.
So welcome back to the Modus Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and we are on game 14. And if you've just joined us, game 13 saw Tommy Lishman, The man from Humberside beat Robert Thornton 4-0 and put himself top of the table. Now we have the match coming up for you is Mason Whitlock against David Wusi, and
first.
David has a chance to go top of the table overnight, also with Tommy Lishman, should he win this game. The good news is, out of the 13 games today, 9 have gone with throw, and Wusi has the throw in this 14th game. So the odds are looking on his side, but you've still got to do the job.
100.
Mason Whitlock has showed flashes of what he can do today, but he started slowly and has failed to kind of recovered from that. But we've seen enough from him
40.
to know that this is not a foregone conclusion.
If David wins this game, it will be a table that's
81.
comprised of 2 hearts. And I think if the truth was to be well and truly told about this session, that would probably be a fair reflection where Lishman,
140.
Wusi and Thornton have been the 3 will standout players so far today. And the others, yes, they've had their moments. Daniel's had the 167.
59.
Daniel's had a couple of good
David
performances,
McCoy,
as has Mason.
161.
But they haven't quite attained the levels that the top 3 have had consistently enough over the course of the 5 games that they've played. And in particular,
65.
David, I won the rule over what he's done today in terms of numbers. A 91 against Danielson, followed up by an 80. Okay, a bit of a drop against Thornton, but then came back well. 92 against Lishman,
97.
and then another
David McCoy,
92
96.
in a 4-1 win against Darren Armstrong. And he has started strong here. 88
80.
doesn't go, but forces
David McCoy,
Whitlock here
164.
to take out this 164 for the break of throw and a 1-0 lead.
64. David requires 16. Game shot in the first leg. David Wusi. Second leg, it's Mason to throw
So Wusi
first.
takes out the first
Game
leg, pinning the double 4. Whitlock to kick off leg 2.
This is where
60.
the apprentice needed to kick off with something bigger, some sort of treble visit to let his opponent know that he was going nowhere.
123. $134.
Was that part of the day where, in terms of energy, players have played 4 matches,
100.
and so whatever's left, you just got to try and draw out.
Yeah, I think guys that have played all week as well have the fatigue does set
81.
in these last couple of games, and seeing Thornton go down 4-0 in the last one, I wonder if the fatigue is getting to young Robert.
60. $42. $100.
Well, that's a good ton that from David, because Mason here is just making steady progress in this leg and
134.
just leaves him on a
David
finish that's
190.
handy enough.
Yeah, pressurises the 118 of
58.
Wusi
Mason
here.
50.
18 for double 16. Avoids any temptations to go straight for the bullseye.
34.
Probably should have gone straight for the
David
bullseye.
requires 60.
Now,
Game
with the
shot on the
60,
second
David's
leg.
dart standing in a
David
position where
Wusi.
it's not actually too bad. There's not really much that can overly obscure.
But against David to
And
throw
he finds
first.
the tops 2-0.
Game
And he doesn't use a big standard flight either, does he? It's a nice little kite-shaped flight. There's no... His darts will be flying pretty direct to the
140.
board. There's not so much drag in the air on the way to the board, where a larger standard flight does drag the air a little bit more. So
119.
takes a split second longer to get to the board. The dart is so much more
94.
positive with a smaller flight on it, the pear-shaped flights and stuff. Varying ones you can get. There's just not the drag on the dart, and it's a more direct throw, but then
95.
there is less room for error. If it kind of slips out your hand, or you don't quite grip it right to throw it, it can make you look very, very silly with a smaller flight in.
Well, he looks like he may have Mason where he wants him.
100.
So that's a great last start to leave him on a finish. But Wazuski will be thinking 6 on 167 for a 3-love lead.
60.
However, only a 60 opens up the door once again for Mason. And who knows what he can do with the 147? Well, he can't do anything with it now. 80 scored, so 67 left. We'll head down for the 17s.
What he can do is leave it handy, and that's exactly what he's done. 86, treble 18. Treble 20 now with the last. So Whitlock again with a chance at 50. 18 for 32. Double 8.
34. David required 48.
Did the same the leg before, didn't he? Double 16 then for Wazzy. Double 16 converted.
David Wazuski.
And he goes into a 3-0 lead.
Full flag into Mason.
Just under 6 minutes.
Game on.
What has Whitlock got left in the tank?
100.
Because Wazuski, it feels like, could play at this level for another couple of hours if he was told that he's got to come on and play Group B tonight.
He's one of those types of lads that would as well. Particularly when you're playing well. No better game in the world than darts than when you're playing well. It is just glorious to be there. You can't get enough of it.
100.
But you physically have to get dragged off the stage, don't you, when things are going well? But then, by the other side of the coin, when things aren't going great, then the stage could be all-encompassing.
126. $100. 60.
He's himself on 122. Averaging 87.5. Good performance this for Mason. But David's just been doing the right things at the right times. And he's going to get the opportunity here to win the game if he can take out the 118. Already seen Robert Thornton take this out twice today. Tots of Wazuski for a 4-0 win, and he does it in style. He has Mason Whitlock's number, and he has 8 points to his name. He is going to be joint top of the table going into tomorrow's action. He has beaten Mason Whitlock by 4-0. Another ruthless display from him. We are going off for a break, and we will be back for our final game of the afternoon session, which will see Pontus Danielson take on Darren Armstrong. So let's get our final game of the session started. Pontus Danielson up against Darren Armstrong. For both of these players, these are the bottom two in this Group C table. For Pontus, he's looking to get his first win of the day. As for Darren, he's looking to double up and put himself onto 4 points. And if he does so, he may well just be able to salvage Thursday going into Friday. For Pontus, he's had moments. Had the 1-6-7 against Thornton, but not a win to his name. But as far as Darren Armstrong is concerned,
Pontus to throw first.
I think he will
Game
walk
on.
out of today feeling a little bit disappointed with how things have gone. Hasn't played bad, but it's just felt like in the big moments, things just potentially may have just came and went for him.
125.
Yeah, and he's had the disadvantage that the three of the guys at the top of the group here, Vusi, Thornton and Lishman, really have come to the party
66.
with some of their better stuff today. Ironically,
43.
Armstrong's win was against Robert Thornton early doors, and we were both sat here in commentary thinking, well, here we go for Armstrong. This is what we thought,
64.
4-1. That's the value, and as the day's gone on, it just hasn't turned out to be that way.
Been hard work
92.
for Darren. Opponents have played well against him. In fact, you look at some of the averages that have been hit against him in that win against Thornton. Thornton average 84 in his
180.
second game of the day. Tommy Lishman averaged 91.74 against him. Mason Whitlock put his best performance in against him, 86. And then
60.
David Wuzuski put in a 92 against him as well. So it's not as if he's been playing bad, it's just his opponents have also been able to find another level, and he just hasn't really been
83.
able to keep up with it. But he has left himself on 108 to take out this opening leg against the Swedes.
85. Darren Iroquois, 108.
And this would be sweet. May stay there. He did.
60. Pontus Iroquois,
And
96.
so Danielson 96 to take out this opening leg.
$26. Darren Iroquois, 48.
And so Armstrong's going to get a couple of darts at tops. His favourite double. It's been a bit of a love-hate relationship today.
28.
And it looks like it's
Pontus
harping on the
Iroquois,
side of hate
70.
once more.
Well, Danielson here didn't expect to be back to 70. It's 20 for tops. It's a nice marker with the way his darts go.
30. Darren Iroquois, 20.
Not to be once again for him. A lot of wires this week for him, and being the wrong side of them.
Game shot on the first leg. Darren
Armstrong
Armstrong.
raises his eyebrows on his way to the board. Surprised he got back.
Second leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
So Armstrong one up. And with the break in hand.
60.
Pontus loses this game. He will go a couple of days without a victory.
45.
Heading into what will then be seemingly and most likely his final day here at the Modus Super Series for Series 8.
$79.
I'm just hoping for Pontus that it doesn't sort of ruin his love of the game and he goes away from here and feeling overly low. Yeah, of course we all come here wanting to win, but the fact that he's here at all is a positive
140.
to qualify like he did. Now he's been here. I want him to go back and
94.
say restock, recheck on what he needs to be doing. We know he's doing this alongside studies and what have you, but
43.
I'm sure this
Darren
isn't the
Iroquois,
last we'll see of
134.
Pontus here at the Super Series.
As I say, the story, if you're unfamiliar with it, he suffered with dartitis as a teenager.
98.
Had to transfer his throwing hand from right to left and had to basically teach himself the sport again, but using his less dominant hand. That on top of studying for a number of years back home. The fact he's even here, the fact he won the qualifier, and the fact he's playing the sport is a great story. And he should take a lot of credit for that, should Pontus, as Armstrong will take a lot of credit for opening up a 2-love lead. And I just hope it is a glass half full thing. The fact that he's here, there's many good players that play qualifiers and don't qualify for this. And also there's many people sat in bedrooms and living rooms, sat on chat rooms saying that they can be this, they can be that, and they'd beat this player. Well, I'll tell you what, why don't you yourself turn up to one of these qualifiers, try and qualify for this, and then we'll judge you on the big stage.
48.
Because I'll tell you what, I don't like that when people think that they can just chime in with stupid comments.
120.
No, I totally agree. It's the easiest thing to do as a player when you're watching a player struggle. Go, well, hang on a minute, I'm doing that all the time. It's very different when you're up there on the big stage.
100.
Just
and
like
another very quality opponent.
Just like there's 50 million England managers.
180.
Maxi!
100.
I'd say there was a couple of weeks ago 50 million England managers. I'm not sure there is now. I think there's only one now. Nobody's complaining now.
87.
So what you're saying is it's coming home, Scott.
It may well be. Not. I don't know. I think Spain are very strong.
59.
Well, there goes all of our
18.
positivity. What about leg 3? Goes the way of Armstrong, gets the break, leads 3-0, and now has the darts for the match.
Fourth leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
Well, we began the day with 2 4-0 victories, and if Armstrong wins this game, we would have finished the day
40.
with a hat-trick of 4-0 wins.
$60. 134. $96. 140.
It looks like Armstrong has his name all over this match.
66.
Pontus looks a dejected figure.
97.
Well, he leads himself 90 for a 4-0 win. For Pontus, it will be a case of regrouping and going into Friday's action. For Darren Armstrong here to end the day with 4 points. He'll need a big day on Friday if he is to make it through. But if he can get to 4 points, he gives himself a chance. And he's going to leave himself on double 4 when he returns.
$100. Aaron, you require 8.
Double 4 for a 4-0 win. Double 1.
6. Once you require 135.
He's already had a 167 today, but he's not going to get a 135.
70. Darren, you require 2.
The Madhouse to seal a 4-0 win for Darren Armstrong, who gets the better of Pontus Danielson in our final game of the afternoon session. It moves him on to 4 points. It's a shake of the head from the Scot, a tap of the darts. He knows that tomorrow is going to have to be a better day if he's to make it through. However, he's on 4 points. He has a chance of doing that. However, it really was a table of two halves. Robert Thornton on 6 points and 2 co-leaders on 8. David Wusi and Tommy Lishman will talk about all the day's action in the company of Scott Mitchell in the studio in a couple of moments' time. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed the first day's worth of play as far as Group C is concerned at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Let's take a look at the results from this afternoon's session. Well, it saw 2 4-0s to start the day, 3 4-0s to end the day, and 2 players tied on 8 points at the top of the table. Those 2 players being David Wusi and Tommy Lishman. Scott Mitchell's been watching all of the action alongside me here in the commentary box. Let's talk first of all about Tommy Lishman, because it could have been so easy for him to have got down following the disappointments of yesterday afternoon, but he responded superbly well, and every single game played at a very high level.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he went away, had a little sleep overnight, thought about what had gone on yesterday, and he, the way that yesterday's group went, he can feel a little bit hard done by and unlucky at the end there, but he's come back, hit the reset button, and he's doing today, and he's more determined, more focused today. You can see it in his eyes and in his face. There's not the smirking behind the back of the other player when something goes wrong for him. He's just focused today, and he's right there at the top of the group with 4 wins from 5. Yeah.
Is it a learning experience that he's learnt for the better there?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we all have to learn, and we all have to sometimes remind ourselves of the stuff we learnt a few years ago. The longevity in the game, that was what comes to you. But he's learnt that now. Big day for him tomorrow. He knows he's got Thornton again tomorrow, first game. And if he wins that one, then he'll think he's got 1 foot through the door.
Well, David Wusi joins him on 8 points at the top of the group. And again, a player that the last time we saw him here played some superb stuff and is following up again with this appearance.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it helps. It is mate Lee Cox is through as well from Group A. I think, he wants to be there on Saturday night with him, and he looks very focused. He was very relaxed when he came in. I spoke to him before the session started. And why would you not be relaxed? Because he's playing lovely.
Does that sort of thing spur you on? You've got a close friend alongside you playing in a tournament, doing well in a tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. If me and Tommy Morris were here in the same group or in the same week, we'd both want to be there Saturday night together. And it would drive Tommy on, and it would drive me on as well. Yeah, without doubt. And
the good thing is we'd level out to average place with the way Tommy plays and the way Scott plays as well. Right, let's have a chat about what else has happened today. And Robert Thornton in particular, because there were some really good signs from Robert today, but really feel like there was a couple of points left out there.
I think he played well all day till the last game. I think he looked to have run out of steam. He's been here all week. That was his 20th game, wasn't it? And it's hard when you're past that age of 50. It's hard. And I think he just ran out of steam a little bit today, but he's still well and truly in the mix, and he knows he turns over Tommy tomorrow morning first thing, or tomorrow afternoon, our first game that he plays. He knows he's right back in the mix, so he won't be worried about that. He'll have a good sleep overnight.
Well, let's have a look at the table following the end of the first day's play and confirm that Tommy Lishman and Dave Wuzuski both top of the pile, both with 8 points apiece, and with Robert Thornton on 6. As far as Darren and Mason are concerned, they're not out of it, but they're going to need big days on Friday.
Well, they've got to go through the card, haven't they, really? 4 wins out of 5 may be enough, depending on how the other results go, but you're starting to get into the region of depending on others to help you out, and that is not where you want to be in the group stages.
Just quickly, going ahead and looking ahead to tonight's action, Group B getting underway, 10 o'clock on the Super Series YouTube channel. David Evans, Sebastian Białecki joining that mix from Group A. How do you think they're going to fare? Because I think both would admit that they've had in and out weeks.
They have had in and out weeks, but they've been here. They've had 3 days of playing up on that stage. And I always feel that's a slight advantage here for the first couple of games in any group, particularly of Group C and Group B particularly. So if they've been here all week, I think they have a slight advantage just at the start of the night.
I've had great fun with you this afternoon. Scott, we'll reconvene on Saturday. We're getting split up for the rest of the week. But we're going to see you tonight from 10 o'clock on the Super Series YouTube channel to see how Group B is going to begin. And it should be an intriguing affair. But as far as this afternoon is concerned, well, Wazzy was on fire and the flame has been well and truly lit.